Good morning, everyone. Can I check that I can be heard? Thank you. The inquiry is now resumed. Before we move on, I'll deal with outstanding matters of housekeeping. Yesterday morning, I was promised position statements on housing land supply from Mr. Hill and Miss Hall. Has progress been made on that, please, Mr. Hill?
Good morning, sir. Can I just check you can hear me clearly?
I can. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So yes, I have taken instructions on the 5-year housing land supply position overnight in the light of the position statement that we saw just prior to the opening of the inquiry between the appellant and the council. And as you'll be very well aware from your long experience, the problem with 5-year housing land supply is that they have a very large number of moving parts, and they've all moved really quite recently, i.e. during the course of this autumn, in a time frame that hasn't really been conducive to interrogation as part of this inquiry process, and certainly as part of the cycle for the submission of evidence. So I think our approach is going to be very similar to that adopted by the appellant. That there will be a small number of questions for Mr. Lowndes at a very high level, more to do with the implications and consequences of the 5-year housing land supply position, but I'm not going to be seeking to unpick site by site the material that has been placed before the inquiry. And I'm happy indeed to give advance warning now of really the point I would like a little bit more information on, and I'm quite content for that to be provided by note. It doesn't need to be provided orally by Mr. Lowndes, if that would be helpful to you and to the inquiry, sir. And I can say now that it really just relates to, in relation to document B14, which is the recent submission in relation to the 5-year housing land supply position. There is a table on page 34, Appendix B, town centre regeneration schemes. And I simply like to understand, it doesn't need to come from Mr. Lowndes, it can come from an officer of the council. What is the basis for the 2,400 figure in relation to Basildon town centre regeneration schemes and the 1,400 odd that is assumed to come forward in the next 5-year period? So as I'm very happy for that to be provided by a note to the inquiry, and I'm not going to unpick anything further in those very lengthy tables as part of my cross-examination or indeed evidence in chief. I hope that's helpful, sir.
That's helpful to me. Can I just check with Mr. Edwards how you would wish that to be dealt with, whether you're content with a note or whether there are matters that you would wish to put to Mr. Lowndes?
No, sir. I'll take final instructions from the council teams, but I'm pretty confident that we can deal with that in a note, and that would seem to be the most sensible way of proceeding, because I very much doubt that Mr. Lowndes is going to have within his knowledge the information that's required to respond to that inquiry. So I'm very grateful for Mr. Hill for dealing with the point in that constructive way, and we'll seek to respond in writing as soon as we can.
Indeed, that's very helpful. Thank you. And Miss Hall?
So I hope that at 2 minutes to 10, your case officer, Mr. Salter, received our 3-page note. I don't know whether that's been passed to you yet, sir.
Something did flash into my inbox just as I was beginning my resumption of the inquiry. I've not looked at it yet.
I wouldn't have expected you to, but thank you. I'm grateful that you've received it. That's obviously Mr. Salter is incredibly efficient.
Yes, that's the one.
So yes, so that raises all of the points essentially that I would have raised with the council's planning witness in Cross. So it's really advance warning of that. And if Mr. Edwards wishes to respond to that in writing, that's a perfectly sensible way forward as far as we're concerned.
I'll make sure that Mr. Edwards and Mr. Lowndes have time to look at it, and then I can be advised how the council wishes to deal with it.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. I have literally just this moment received via the council the document that Ms. Hall refers to. Obviously, plainly I haven't read it yet. What I would request is that before Mr. Lowndes begins his evidence, that I have an opportunity to read it, to discuss it as necessary with Mr. Lowndes, and then to come back to you with a proposed way of addressing the matters you raised.
That's sensible. Yes, certainly. Thank you. And I just pick up two documents that were submitted just before we started yesterday morning in relation to Trafford House and the GS8 site, where the clarification has been provided as to their purpose and the likely broad area of questioning. Are you able to assist, Mr. Lynes?
Sir, yes, I sent an email to Mr. Edwards, partly on that, partly on a timetabling matter, which we may need to address you, sir, on later on today, but need to trouble you with. So I've indicated to Mr. Edwards what I may refer to either in cross-examination or in examination in chief with my own witnesses, sir.
I'm grateful. Mr. Edwards, content?
Very much so, sir. And again, I'm very grateful for the constructive way in which that matter has been dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you. And this morning I've received an updated version of draft conditions. I've skimmed through those. I still have a query about condition 27, which I'll outline. That's the one which relates to extract system in respect of commercial units, and the clause about the extraction finishing 1 metre above eaves level. I'm puzzled by that. It may be clarified during the conditions session. It may be clarified by Mr. Cafferty when he gives evidence. But what I'm thinking is, if there is, on the basis that the uses are flexible, whether there is any inbuilt system or whether a new tenant has to install the extract, and how that would be achieved. Ground floor commercial unit, for example, the northwestern finger, for example, how does the extract unit go from the commercial unit up 17 stories and then 1 metre above eaves rooftop level, whether that is actually the intention, or whether there is some simpler explanation, and I've missed the point. So that's the only element that at some stage I'll need clarification on, so that I can understand the purpose and nature of the condition, or whether there is some other means, rather than being dogmatic in terms of 1 metre, whether it's a matter that would be covered by environmental health legislation in any event, or whether it would simply be better phrased as a scheme to be agreed. Simply leave that for clarification in due course. Are there any other housekeeping matters?
So just one matter from me. You received last week a copy of the council's SIL compliance statement, the Reg 122 statement.
Indeed.
So there's been some discussion between the council and representatives for the appellant on that document, and some revisions are agreed to it, and we'll submit a revised document to you, I hope, during the course of the day today.
Thank you. Anything,
So
Mr. Hill?
So there was just one essentially timetabling point and a point of assurance from me in relation to how Mr. Lowndes' evidence unfolds. And you'll note, sir, that when I provided cross-examination estimates via Mr. Conn, I gave you a range for my cross-examination of Mr. Lowndes, and said that would really depend upon the areas that have been covered by the appellant's cross-examination. It would seem from the timetable you helpfully put together that I will have an opportunity to review my cross-examination notes overnight, and you've got me, I think, programmed in for tomorrow morning to cross-examine Mr. Lowndes. It would still be very much my intention to do that, and indeed to reduce the amount of time I need to take with Mr. Lowndes accordingly. I think the timetables work quite well for us in that regard.
Well, as you know, I always have reservations about timetables and just how effective they are. But at least day one, we kept to the timetable,
We did.
which is encouraging.
Very good start, sir.
Right. Are we ready to continue with Mr. Dealey and your cross-examination, please, Mr. Hill?
Thank you very much indeed, sir, and good morning to you, Mr. Dealey.
Morning.
Can you hear me clearly, first of all?
I can, yeah.
Good. Now, your evidence is very largely directed at a critique, as it were, of the architecture and the components of the appeals scheme. And as you will know, that's not an area where my clients have led evidence. So our exchanges are going to be short and restricted to one or two small areas within your proof. I say that by way of preliminary, just to explain the context so far as my clients are concerned. Can I ask you to take up your main proof, please?
Yeah, you got that.
And just turn in that document to section 3, which is headed instruction, and paragraph 3.1. You say you were approached by the council in August in the summer of this year to explore the possibility of providing expert evidence on the proposals at Market Square. And you were provided with a briefing and key information relating to the planning application and various other supporting and background materials and the putative reason for refusal. And you made a preliminary appraisal of the material, visited the site, and then you confirmed you were in a position to undertake the commission and provide expert evidence. Yes, you see those paragraphs.
That's right.
So your instruction in relation to this matter, it has been in relation to defend the council's position. Could I just ask you, by way of context, whether you've been involved in other schemes in the centre of Basildon?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. And have you been instructed separately by the council in relation to any other work of an architectural nature in the context of the regeneration of Basildon Town Centre?
No.
No. So you haven't, for example, been instructed to assist with the emerging town centre regeneration strategy?
No.
Thank you. And your involvement, therefore, I can summarise as being entirely in relation to providing some evidence to support the council's position on this appeal.
That's correct.
Yeah. Thank you. And can I ask you to turn back to your proof, please, and turn in it to paragraph 10.14 within section 10 of your proof, which is entitled Headed Architecture and Appearance, which is really where you approach some of the points that are of interest to my clients. All of the previous sections really aren't points that I need to take up with you in any way, shape or form. 10.14 is where you're dealing with what you consider to be an appropriate approach to the regeneration of the town centre. And perhaps I should, just by way of context, look at 10.30. You say, generally with the exception of one or two buildings, most notably Brook House, was designed to have a low line and horizontal form. The intention was to create an intimate and human scale for the pedestrian. We'll let others reflect on that. Allow daylight and sunlight to penetrate the key central spaces. Then 10.14, whilst this does not mean that the town centre can never be intensified, you say, it would be logical that any intensification does so whilst respecting generally, we turn the page, broadly, the town centre's 3 to 4 story datum in order to ensure continuity and coherence in the character and definition of its streets and spaces. So you're saying there, just by way of summary, it would be logical that any intensification in the town centre should broadly follow and adhere to the town centre's, what you describe as 3 to 4 story datum. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's many ways of doing that, but that's what I've said. Yes.
And that's your personal and professional view.
Yes. Yes, it is. Sorry.
Yes. Good. Thank you. And again, just by way of clarification, really, this is no more than the purpose of the question. Is it a view which you've had expressly endorsed and signed off by the senior planning and regeneration officers at Basildon Council in relation to adherence to that 3 to 4 story datum?
Have they signed off on my view? I didn't think they needed to. I mean,
That's not the question, Mr. Dealey. It's the question is whether, before expressing that view, you sought endorsement for it from the senior officers of the council.
No, it's my own personal and professional view. Yeah.
And then, really, last question in the context of that principle that you espouse in paragraph 1014, have you or anyone in the council or on the council side undertaken an assessment of the financial viability of redeveloping Basildon Town Centre largely at 3 to 4 stories?
No, I haven't. I can't speak for the council.
Okay, good. Mr. Dealey, that's extremely helpful, and thank you very much. And thank you, sir, for allowing me to put those questions.
Thank you. Just as a matter of courtesy, I know Ms. Hall said yesterday evening that you didn't have any questions, but just in case you've had a light bulb moment overnight, is there anything you want to ask?
Thank you very much, sir. The points that I would have raised have been covered by my learned friend, so I'm grateful for the opportunity, but I don't have anything further to add.
Thank you very much. Mr. Edwards, any matters of re-examination, please?
Thank you, sir. Yes, there are 1 or 2 matters of re-examination. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dealey, good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Dealey, there are essentially 5 points I'd like your help with, please, in terms of re-examination, and they all arise out of questions put to you and answers that you gave in response to Mr. Linus yesterday afternoon. Firstly, there was a series of questions put to you by Mr. Linus concerning your views as expressed in your evidence in chief and the written evidence about the acceptability of the residents' experience in their journey from the Market Square entrance to the apartment door. And there was a particular focus in terms of those questions on that part of the journey that comprises the corridors within the east and west fingers. During the course of those questions, it was put to you, I think by my note, on 3 occasions that your concerns in respect of the experience of residents when using those corridors was related to damage to their future residents' health and well-being. And in response to one of those questions, you said, well, it is also a matter of poor design, and it would also be an experience that was, in your words, harmful to amenity. Now, lest there be any doubt about the foundation of your concern in that regard, Mr. Dealey, is your concern about the residents' experience only related to health and well-being, or is it also a general concern about the design and the amenity for future residents of the proposed arrangement?
Well, it's both, obviously, and I think I've said that previously. So yes, it's both. I mean, the design of corridors is discussed, at length, if you'll pardon the pun, in many different areas of policy, because it's regarded as being very, very important to amenity. Circulation space in residential buildings is part, as I think the applicant acknowledges, as part of the whole building. I think it's been said that the resident needs to feel as though they live in the whole building, and corridors are clearly part of that. So yes, corridors are part of amenity, as every other part of the building should be seen as amenity.
Thank you very much indeed. And then if the inspector considers it helpful to assess this particular point in issue through the lens of the NPPF, and in particular paragraph 131, which provides, amongst other matters, that development should create places that are accessible and of a high standard of amenity for future users. I'll just be clear, Mr. Deely, do you consider that the proposed development meets that policy requirement in terms of its accessibility arrangements for residents?
I don't think it does, no.
Thank you. Thank you. Second point, please. There was a debate in the same on the same topic concerning the access from Market Square, which would involve residents passing through the communal lounge that's proposed to be located at first floor level within the podium, accessible by stairs and a lift from the main entrance. You remember that debate yesterday?
Yes, I do.
And you explained and confirmed that you thought it was a benefit for essentially there to be a residence lounge and that it was located close to an entrance. And then you said there are, of course, many other ways to encourage interaction without funneling everyone through one front door. Do you remember giving that answer?
Yes, I do.
Could you just help the inspector with what other means there are to secure that kind of interaction without the proposed arrangement that the appellant advances through this appeal scheme?
Well, in other schemes I've worked on or designed or looked at, that interaction can be generated in a number of ways. Having separate lobbies, making sure that residents feel part of a smaller community where they know people more intimately around their floor or around their core. And I think that's where the London Housing Design Guide is coming from, where there's an emphasis on smaller groups of people getting to know each other rather than expecting 1,200 people to get to know each other. And that would be provided by making sure that smaller groups of people have their own access and their own entrance, so they get to meet people that they live immediately next to.
Thank you. Third point, please. You were asked some questions by Mr. Linus concerning the references that you made in your evidence, your written evidence, and indeed your evidence in chief, to the London Housing Design Guide. And the point was put to you, and you unsurprisingly confirmed that the London Housing Design Guide is not guidance that applies strictly and has not been adopted by Basildon Borough Council. That's not correct as a matter of fact. And then you referred to the fact that the London Housing Design Guide is referred to by the appellant in their design and access statement. Can we just take out that reference, please, so that it's before the inquiry? So could you go to the design and access statement, CDC11, and turn within it to what I have as printed pages 190 to 193 and electronic page 93. And just tell me when you have that, please.
Yep, thank you.
Page 190 to 193 are a series of pages under the heading Quality Review, where the appellant has assessed essentially the size and potential configuration of the residential units against various elements of guidance, including the National Space Standards, and we can see in each of the tables in the third column, the London Housing Design Guide. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is there any reservation in any element of this part of the DAS where the appellant is suggesting that in some way there ought to be caution exercised in using the London Design Guide as a point of reference?
Well, yes, I mean, I was puzzled by the claim that's made, I think variously by the appellant, that the standards are in line with the London Housing Design Guide.
Just pausing there for a moment, Steve. That's not quite. Can I just go back to the question I put to you? Is there any reservation in this part of the DAS or anywhere else expressed by the appellant about the use of the London Design Guide as a point of reference in terms of assessing the appealed scheme?
Sorry, did you say, is there any reservation?
Any reservation expressed by the appellant about the use of the London Design Guide as a point of reference?
I haven't, well, if there is, I haven't read one, no.
If there isn't, is there any reason why those parts of the London Design Guide that you refer to in your evidence and keep including the references to the approach to cause and the approach to the quality of corridors, that means that that part of the London Design Guide is not also a useful point of reference to the inquiry?
Yeah, it would imply that, yes.
Thank you. Good. Thank you. And so you would say that the inspector can and should have reference to the London Design Guide, including those elements that you rely on in assessing the scheme?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Good. Point number 4, please. The whole issue about amenity space and balconies. Can I just invite you to set the context for this particular point and the questions put to you and the answers that you gave? And to that extent, could we take out first, please, your rebuttal proof of evidence? And can we turn to it, please, on printed page 4, paragraph 3.3?
Bear with me. Yeah.
And in paragraph 3.3, you set out the quantum of external and internal amenity space that is proposed to be provided through the appeal scheme, including 2,655 square meters of external space, which provides the equivalent of 5.4 square meters of shared external space per dwelling. Is that right?
Yes.
And you weren't cross-examined on that. We'll see if that's a matter of dispute, but that is a figure, Mr. Dealey, that you've arrived at following your detailed assessment of the scheme. Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
And then you go on in the same paragraph to then seek to reconcile that level of shared amenity space, external amenity space, to the standard in the Essex Design Guide. And you identify that there is a deficiency in terms of applying the Essex Design Guide approach of between 13.3 and 18.3 square meters per dwelling. Is that right?
That's right.
Again, the same point about putting this in context. Can we then take out the Essex Design Guide, please, which is core document B11? Would you turn within it to printed page 79. So B11, printed page 79.
Yeah.
Okay. And on page 79, I hope you have a section of the design guide that's headed Design Criteria for Private Common Space.
Yes.
And in the first bullet point under that subheading, development on sites larger than 0.1 of a hectare should provide at least 25 square meters of private space for each home. Only space that adheres to the design criteria 3, 4, 5 and below will be taken into account. So again, by way of context, just to be clear, is it your evidence that that requirement is that element of the guidance is engaged so far as the appeal scheme is concerned?
Yes, it is.
Indeed. We know from your evidence that the 25 square meters quantum isn't met. We've looked at that together in 3.3. So if we can then look down, please, towards the bottom of page 79 of the design guide to paragraph 3.154.
Yes, I've got that, yeah.
Incorporating balconies into residential accommodation is encouraged and will be expected where the private communal space provision does not equate to 25 square meters per flat. I'm just pausing there, Mr. Dealey, again for context. Is it your position that that expectation is therefore engaged so far as the appeal scheme is concerned, given that 25 square meters per flat is not provided?
Yes, that's right.
Indeed. And then if we can look at the first bullet point in the same paragraph, please, final point of context. This is guidance in terms of the positioning, size and general disposition of balconies. All balconies should be large enough to accommodate a table and chairs and to suit the occupancy of the apartment, as well as providing some additional space. Planting a gross area of 5 square metres per balcony should be provided for houses and apartments with more than 1 bedroom, wherever communal or private garden space specifications can. Again, is it your case that that requirement's engaged here?
Yes.
And does the appellant provide through this scheme 5 square metres of balcony for all apartments with more than 1 bedroom?
No, they don't.
And the Juliet balconies, would they meet that requirement?
They wouldn't, no.
Okay, thank you. That was the context. Now, can we just deal with 1 or 2 of the detailed points that arose in your answers, please? So far as the introduction of balconies are concerned, on build to rent schemes, is there, in your experience, anything objectionable or unusual about the provision of balconies within build to rent schemes?
There's nothing objectionable or unreasonable. I don't understand why people who are renting accommodation shouldn't have the same amenity as those in any other tenure accommodation.
Very much indeed. And you were asked some questions about the provision of balconies on what I'm going to call street-facing or public-facing elevations of developments in the context of Basildon Town Centre. And there's a debate between you and Mr. Linus as to effectively whether you were answering the correct question that was put to you. And you confirmed that in response to Mr. Linus, that balconies on external-facing elevations of residential buildings was not currently a characteristic of Basildon Town Centre. But can I just ask you to reflect on, I think, the answer you were trying to give to the point, and pose a question to you in this way. Is there anything objectionable in principle, Mr. Dealey, to the introduction of balconies on public-facing elevations of new development in Basildon Town Centre? And in particular, would there be any harm to the character and appearance of the town centre by their introduction?
There wouldn't be, in my view, anything objectionable to putting balconies on the external elevations of the building, and I don't think it would cause harm. I don't think it needs to be out of character either, because obviously balconies can be designed in any number of ways that could ensure that they don't harm the character of the town centre. And in fact, I think the amenity that a balcony provides, should be forefront in our minds when we think about townscape and character. But so design has many answers for this issue.
Gosh, indeed. And so far as a concern about there being sort of the potential for there to be clutter or use of a balcony that in some way causes amenity or visual difficulties, to what extent do you consider that would be a valid justification for rejecting in principle external facing balconies in the urban environment?
I don't think it would be valid. No, in the past, that argument has been used by developers to argue against providing balconies, but balconies, the design of balconies has come on, vastly in the last 10 years, and solid balustrades, solid ends to balconies, and other means, including etched glass, are ways in which you can hide anything that you might not want to see from ground floor level. Management is also a very large part of how residents use their balconies, and I understand in this case, this built-to-rent environment will be very highly managed, as has been mentioned a number of times.
Thank you very much indeed. Good, thank you. And on a similar general point, there was a discussion between you and Mr. Linus about your concerns with regard to defensible space for residential apartments that are located at podium level facing towards the communal open space. And as I recorded your evidence in that respect, Mr. Dealey, you accepted that defensible space could be provided by a number of means, and a point was put to you about, well, the use of planting effectively to discourage users of the communal space coming too close or unacceptably close to the residential apartment. So I just want to understand where this point actually goes, Mr. Dealey. If there was the introduction of additional defensible space in respect of podium level apartments facing the common and open space, what effect would that have on the availability of usable communal space within the podium gardens. And
In terms of the space, in terms of the space itself, it would reduce it.
And is that given the concerns that you've expressed about availability of amenity space, etc., is that an additional concern that relates to that point?
Well, I think the amount of amenity space that's been provided by the scheme is a concern in itself. So any reduction in that amenity space would obviously worsen the position and be even more concerning.
Thank you. And then finally, please, and generally, various points during the course of cross-examination yesterday, there was a suggestion, implicit perhaps, but a suggestion nonetheless, that your approach in reviewing the proposed development was overly critical, perhaps even pedantic in terms of the points that you raise. In the context of national policy guidance, in the context of the National Design Guide, which broadly underscores the need for good design and good amenity, if a submission is made in due course that you are being overly critical or pedantic, Mr. Dealey, what would be your response to that?
My response to that would be that in high density residential design, it's very, very important to get all the details absolutely right, because high density residential design generates a number of pressures on living conditions in schemes, and therefore it's absolutely right to be pedantic and detailed in one's analysis of them.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Dealey. Those were all the questions I have for you in the examination. So thank you. That concludes Mr. Dealey's evidence, subject to any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I don't have any additional questions. I'm quite content to leave Mr. Dealey's evidence there. Before we move on to Mr. Lowndes, we will take a break so that you've got the opportunity of just reviewing any documents that you need to do and discussing with Mr. Lowndes as necessary. Do you want to indicate the documents that you're likely to be using in chief, and then we can all be prepared?
Yes, of course. Thank you. Just give me a moment, please. So for evidence in chief, you will need, or need to have available anyway, the National Design Guide, core document A9. You will need the Cafferty's rebuttal proof. You will need the main design and access statement, core document C11. You will need Miss Markham's rebuttal proof. And so would you also have available the suite of inquiry documents submitted yesterday morning, the Great Oaks and Trafford House documents, which I think are core documents, inquiry document ID1 and ID2.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm grateful for the opportunity just to review the material put in by the second Rule 6 party by Ms. Hall. I've just received it, I haven't read it yet. So could I possibly just ask for 15 minutes to review that, and plainly say if anything arises that means that I'll need more time, perhaps I could ask at the resumption of the inquiry after that 15-minute break.
Certainly. I'll be generous with the 15 minutes. It's 10:40. We'll come back at 11 o'clock rather than put unreasonable pressure on anybody, and then everybody's then set, hopefully, to go. If not, then please advise me.
Perfect.
Thank you. We'll adjourn till 11 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. The inquiry is resumed. Mr. Edwards, have you and Mr. Lowndes had sufficient time?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I suspect we may need to discuss further in due course housing land supply in light of the comments from Ms. Hall.
Yeah.
I'm content for that to proceed on a written basis so far, and any response as necessary from the council, and then for me to review the matter further in light of that, and to hold a discussion on how we progress that.
Thank you. So I'm grateful for that indication. So that essentially is the position that I and the council's team had arrived at. I mean, plainly, what is set out in this note does sort of raise rather different points to that, which is the position adopted by the appellant, the council, and indeed, as I understand it, Basildon Estates. And plainly, the position of the second Rule 6 party does seem to be that they don't agree with the council's position, they don't agree with the appellant's position, and they are taking rather wider issues, and that behoves a response from the council, plainly. So what I've put in place is that there'll be a review of this document by relevant officers within the council, particularly those that are involved with 5-year housing land supply position and the preparation of the new local plan. We will seek to respond in writing both to this document and to Mr. Hill's request as soon as we can. That is certainly not going to be today.
No, I understand that.
We'll do it as soon as we can thereafter. And then, sir, plainly, we'll await any direction from you as to how you wish to deal with that point in terms of...
Thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate it. It will take more than a day to deal with that.
Yeah.
And it would be helpful if that could be achieved during the course of this week, with a view to submitting something by Monday morning, so that I've got the opportunity, as have others, to review what's available on Monday, so that we can then discuss further as necessary on Tuesday morning, and whether we need to call any further evidence or whether I have questions and how best to deal with it.
Yeah, thank you. So that's very much the timetable that we had in mind. We'll endeavour to provide something on Monday. So at the moment, I'll take instructions. I don't think I can promise it'll be first thing Monday morning, but it will be with you and the other parties in good time on Monday for it to be reviewed in advance of the resumption of the inquiry on Tuesday.
I'm content with that. I know how long these things can take, so I don't want to impose unnecessary pressure, but clearly before we commence on Tuesday, it would be helpful if everybody's had the opportunity to see what's available.
Thank you, sir. Could I just make clear just one consequential matter? And so I don't think this will come as any surprise to you or others. Mr. Lowndes, has not been responsible for the preparation of the council's 5-year housing land supply position. I mean, plainly, he is in a position to answer any questions concerning approach generally, but in terms of the details underlying the sites that are set out in core document B14, that is not a matter on which he has any professional knowledge, and therefore it seems to me that it would not be appropriate in those circumstances for the detailed kind of points that are raised in the ICNE note to be put to Mr. Lowndes, and that would be borne in mind by Ms. Hall in any questions that she puts to him.
Yes, I recognise that approach and endorse it, that it's the generality, and if it may well be matters of weight in terms of what weight if it is 3.5, what weight if it is 2.6, what weight is it if it's 1.7 or whatever, or within a range.
Yes, absolutely.
I think that's perhaps the limitation, isn't it?
I think I would agree with that, sir, and that's I'm sure Mr. Lowndes will do his best to assist on any questions that are related to those sorts of points.
Thank you.
So can I just intervene at that point to say, just in case there was any confusion, that I didn't want my contribution this morning to be read as implying any disagreement between ourselves and Infrared as to the significance of those points. I was trying to be helpful as to what I felt I could sensibly put to Mr. Lowndes, and just to give advance warning that I didn't think it would be appropriate to cross-examine Mr. Lowndes on any matters of detail, and indeed to flag up the one point where I would expressly like a note. Whilst the way it's been put by Mr. Edwards might suggest, as it were, that Ms. Hall is out on her own. I think we do share a number of the concerns that are raised in that note, but I was trying to be helpful to the inquiry in indicating how I felt we could sensibly take this forward, and indeed that we could not do so via cross-examination of Mr. Lands. So I hope that's clear.
It's clear. It was clear to me at 10 o'clock, Mr. Hill, that he was simply asking a question, further information so that you could understand the background and then perhaps come to a view as to where you were within whatever range. So I wasn't taking it as overall agreement to anybody's stance.
Thank you, sir.
And sir, may I say from our position, obviously we would need to see this document so that we had the opportunity to respond to it as well, because
Indeed.
Fundamentally, as we set out in an opening, we don't agree 3.5 years either. It's right that we have the opportunity to respond. We'll take a similar approach to Mr. Lowndes, as has been indicated already.
Thank you. So, examination in chief, if you'd like to introduce Mr. Lowndes to the inquiry, please, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you very much indeed. So the second and final witness for the council at this stage anyway will be Mr. Lowndes. So you have a proof of evidence, a summary proof, and a rebuttal proof from Mr. Lowndes. You also have an associated townscape assessment that is provided to you with Mr. Lowndes' main proof of evidence.
I do indeed.
Just in addition to the documents that I identified before the short adjournment, could I also invite you to have to hand the addendum note to Mr. Lowndes' proof, which was provided electronically just after 5 o'clock on Monday?
Yes, I have that. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. And just to confirm, to as with Mr. Dealey, Mr. Lowndes is in the room just across the corridor from me.
Thank you.
We'll be giving his evidence from that location. Thank you. So with your permission, I propose to approach Mr. Lowndes' evidence in chief in the same way as I did with the previous witness, essentially to take the evidence as read, to introduce the witness, and then to deal with some particular matters that are in issue that have not otherwise been dealt with in the written evidence.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Good. Mr. Lowndes, are you on the screen?
Yes, can you see
Yes.
me? Can you hear me?
No,
Good
yeah.
morning, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Lowndes, could I begin by introducing you to the inquiry briefly by reference to section 1 of your main proof of evidence? You're Michael Lowndes, you are a planning consultant and you give evidence on behalf of the Borough Council's local planning authority at this inquiry on planning, urban design and townscape aspects of the proposal. Is that right?
That is right.
In paragraph 1.3 of your main proof, you confirm that you joined Litchfield's well-known planning consultancy in September of last year. You're a senior director and you're national head of urban design, heritage and townscape within that practice. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In paragraph 1.4, you set out your previous professional experience as a senior director at Turley's, and before that as planning director at TD Bennett.
Yes.
You hold a Bachelor of Arts degree with honours in geography, a diploma in town planning, and a degree of Master of Science in urban planning from Oxford, what is now Oxford Brook University. Is that right?
That's right.
Right, indeed. And you set out other aspects of your career history before you joined private practice in paragraph 1.6. And at paragraph 1.8, you confirm that you are a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. You represented the Institute as a judge for the government endorsed Housing Design Awards. And you, through those roles and experience, have particular experience in assessing housing quality, master planning, layout, density, architectural treatment, etc. Is that right?
I'd like to think so.
Thank you very much indeed. And just for the avoidance of doubt, Mr. Lowndes, you have been asked by the council and you are able professionally to give evidence in support of its reason for refusal for this scheme. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
Can I ask you to confirm whether you are involved in any wider matters relating to the emerging master plan and or regeneration strategy for Basildon Town Centre on behalf of the council?
I am not.
And are you retained by the council to give evidence in respect of any of the appeals that have been brought by the two Rule 6 parties to this inquiry?
I've got instructions to review the Eastgate scheme in the last few days.
But not the Basildon Estate scheme, which is going to be considered at a public inquiry in January.
Not the Town Square scheme, no.
Thank you very much indeed. Good. Thank you, Mr. Lowndes. As I indicated, can we take your evidence as read, please? And can I ask you just to deal with certain particular themes arising from the matters in issue between the principal parties? Mr. Lowndes, the National Planning Policy Framework at paragraph 130, subparagraph C, an element of national policy that I'm sure you and others are familiar with, requires that developments are sympathetic to local character and history, including the surrounding built environment and the landscape setting. Is that an element of planning policy that is engaged so far as this appeal scheme is concerned?
It is. It's a very important bit of planning policy which is engaged, and of course it's getting increasing attention from the government, which has raised its emphasis in relation to the importance of area-based characterizations to support the creation of beautiful and sustainable places.
And is that element of government policy reflected in the more recently published National Design Guide?
Yes, it's reflected and elaborated.
Please, can we take out then, please, CD A9 as a point of reference, and turn, please, Mr. Lowndes, if you would, to printed pages 10 and 11 that comprise paragraphs 38 through to 43.
I had them.
And focusing, Mr. Lowndes, please, for the moment on paragraphs 39, 40 and 41. What emphasis do you detect within those elements of the National Design Guide about the importance of a clear understanding of context and character when considering when a developer is bringing forward a development and when that development is being considered through the planning process?
Proper and full appreciation of context is of fundamental importance when considering emerging proposals and assessing those proposals against the character of place in order to understand whether they actually meet the requirements of local distinctiveness. So paragraph 39 talks about well-designed places are those which are based on a sound understanding of the features of the site and its surrounding context, using baseline studies as a starting point. Without that understanding, it's not possible to integrate proposals into their surroundings because they don't relate well to them. At C1, paragraph 40, it talks about how important it is for well-designed new development to respond positively to the features of the site and its context. And these should enhance positive features and perhaps improve negative ones. But that below that paragraph, a series of bullet points which identify what is important in the appreciation of place, what things need to be understood. And it's a comprehensive list. And that list includes, in that first bullet point, for instance, existing built development, layout, form, scale, appearance, details, and materials. So that is a comprehensive list of things which need to be properly understood when undertaking a context appraisal. And
thank you, Mr. Lowndes. Mr. Lowndes, you have reviewed the approach that was taken by the appellant, both through the design and access statements, and also the townscape appraisal, and also in the more recently provided evidence of Mr. Cafferty. To what extent are you satisfied that those particular matters that are identified in the first bullet point of paragraph 41 of the National Design Guide, an understanding of existing built development, including layout, form, scale, appearance, details and materials, has been properly and comprehensively carried out by the appellant, and what is the consequences of the appellant's approach?
I think it's what's been undertaken in the SWAP DAS and in Mr. Cafferty's evidence is at best a partial assessment of character. There are key issues that make up character which are not really developed or understood in any way, and there is a reliance on some aspects of character above all others. And I think this has therefore skewed the appreciation of place and has allowed the emergence of a scheme which doesn't respond to that place in an appropriate way.
And what are the omissions in terms of contributing factors to character that have not, in your view, properly been considered so far as the appellant's approach is concerned?
I mean, I think the fundamental omissions are those of form, scale, and appearance.
And thank you. And then so far as each of those matters are concerned, beginning with form, what do you consider that the appropriate approach in terms of the character of Basildon Town Centre with regard to the form of existing development is, and how has the appeal proposal been addressed in that context?
I think there's a widespread acknowledgement that the form of Basildon Town Centre, the character of the place, is derived from a 2 to 4 story general arrangement of horizontally disposed buildings with a single landmark element, which is the tallest building by far in the town centre. And this balance between the vertical brick house and the horizontal arrangement of all the other buildings, or most of all the other buildings, is not given proper weight in the analysis of the of context by the appellant.
Thank you. And then so far as scale is concerned?
Well, scale flows from form, and there is a really clear composition of scale and height. And I've talked about the preeminence of brick house as the singular point of landmark emphasis in the town centre, around which the lower scale of the other buildings is disposed.
Thank you. And then as far as appearance is concerned, again, what do you consider is the proper and correct assessment of the existing character of Basildon Town Centre?
I spend quite a lot of time in the townscape assessment and also in my proof of evidence talking about how the modernist new town character of the appearance of the buildings is expressed. And that's a combination of forms, often very horizontal forms, and the integration of materials which are deployed in a way which is consistent with development at that time of this ethos, the sort of utopian ideal of new towns. And that disposition of elements, the way that the buildings are arranged in elevation terms, the deployment of materials, again, I don't think is properly understood in the analysis of the appellant.
And had those matters properly been understood in the way that you've articulated them, Mr. Lowndes, I mean, to what extent is, just by way of overview, the form, scale and appearance of the proposed development consistent with that prevailing character, and if there is any inconsistency, does that cause harm?
I think that had those really important characteristics been properly understood, there would have been a wholly different approach to the disposition and the form and the height arrangements of the proposal. I'm quite struck by both the South Essex College building and the new cinema complex on East Square opposite Brook House, both of which actually channel that sense of horizontality, the sort of elevation treatment which responds to those kind of longer forms in both the arrangement of windows, fenestration patterns, in terms of decoration, and in terms of things like the colonnade. And I would have thought that a building that had taken proper account of context would actually have looked at things like colonnades or projecting canopies. It would have looked at maybe a podium which is more profoundly horizontal in its form, above which additional height may be able to be deployed, but even that additional height would be arranged in a way which emphasized horizontality rather than verticality. And the harm, I think, that's caused as a result of that failure is to diminish the, I think, really strong sense of distinctiveness, a really strong sense of place, and to diminish the role of Brooke House as a townscape landmark in the town centre.
Thank you. Then one or two detailed points arising from that general assessment and the appellant's position as set out in its evidence. Can we go, please, firstly to Mr. Cafferty's rebuttal proof? And would you turn to section 2.1 in that rebuttal, which begins at printed page 38.
Yes.
In section 2.1, which extends over a number of pages, Mr. Cafferty has sought to provide further explanation as to the design process for the proposed development and the extent to which it is sought to draw on what are existing elements of context that he then refers to be found in Basildon Town Centre. And essentially, Mr. Lowndes, what this does is provide further detail in terms of the design approach and the assembly of the scheme over and above that which is provided in the design and access statement. Now, before receiving Mr. Cafferty's rebuttal brief, you expressed your concerns about the robustness and comprehensiveness of the approach that the appellant has undertaken. To what extent does this additional information provided by Mr. Cafferty in his rebuttal brief address your concerns?
Well, it looks to me as if this additionality is a response to the weakness of the design access statement. And really what we're seeing here is some exploded components of a organizational plan which was in the DAS, but doesn't really provide us with any additional understanding of form or scale or arrangement. And then the components in the subsequent pages which deal with the zigzag vertical organization, I think all come from the design review panel process, which are not fed into the design access statement, and actually ultimately were all discounted in the end through the revisions which led to the scheme that was submitted. So I don't think that this actually papers over the cracks in the analysis at all.
Thank you. Good. Thank you. Right. Can we then move on to one or two other matters? Firstly, yesterday morning, there was introduced to the inquiry a series of additional documents relating to scheme for Great Oaks and Trafford House. And you now have the opportunity to consider those matters, Mr. Lowndes.
I have.
Can we just take those in turn, please? So far as Great Oaks is concerned, would you turn to inquiry document CBID 1?
To look at the DAS or the committee?
It's the committee report I'm going to ask you about just in a moment. It's the committee report relating to the GS8 scheme.
Yes.
Described on the first page of the committee report. Just so we can orientate ourselves, please, can you just help the inspector with identifying where within Basildon Town Centre the application site for the GSA site is. And I think you prompted me before you gave your evidence that there was a useful image in the design and access statement, CDC 11. Is that right?
That's right. At pages 18 and 19, there's a helpful aerial view of site and context. And that identifies Brook House in the centre of the image. And immediately above the notation Brook House is a white-topped 3-storey warehouse building on the ring road. Well, actually on the main road, just slightly north of the internal ring road. And that is GS8. And you can also see, sir, the fire station tower. Which,
Indeed.
yeah, so that
I've got it. Thank you.
Good. And can we also see in that image the existing Great Oaks house, Mr. Lowndes?
Yes, so just to the north of Brook House is a block with a brick core and then sort of horizontally arranged office building, which terminates one of the car parks. That's Great Oaks House.
Thank you, indeed. Good. Now, so far as the resolution to grant planning permission for an 11-storey building, the GS8 site, that's the subject of ID. I mean, to what extent do you consider that that particular proposed development provides any precedent for the introduction of development of the height and scale proposed on the appeal site?
Well, I think that that site is separated from the core town centre, is peripheral in relation to the town centre, and the approved scheme with 11 stories of height is not a precedent for increased height in the town centre, and I don't think it has any significant bearing on whatever townscape moves are appropriate within the core town centre. Although, having said that, I do notice in the committee report for Great Oaks at paragraph 1.19, which talks about the arrangement of height and scale. That paragraph says, following revisions, the last sentence says, the proposed redevelopment does not now appear overly dominant in the townscape, particularly having regard to the other comparable height structures along Great Oaks and having regard to its edge of town centre location. I agree, where building heights can be expected to transition down from the taller 17-storey scale Brook House building in the centre out towards the periphery. So I think that there is a recognition in that officer's report that there should be a gradient, and that an 11-storey high building on the periphery is appropriate, both in terms of transition from the town centre, but also to the 2-storey residential, 3-storey residential blocks and neighbourhoods beyond.
And I don't need to take you to it or ask you to take out the document, but indeed, of course, the inquiry will hear some evidence from Mr. Jackson on behalf of the appellant. The inquiry has a proof of evidence from Mr. Jackson, and in his proof of evidence, he refers to the proposed site for the development of the GS8 development and describes it as being sited beyond the town centre core within peripheral transitional areas. And just for the inspector's note, that's paragraph 6.55 of Mr. Jackson's proof. Again, is that an observation that you would agree with in terms
yes,
of...
I agree. It's a peripheral town centre location that can accommodate that particular form of height.
And is the datum that you've described in terms of the prevailing scale, form and height, I suppose, of development within the core of the town centre of 3 to 4 stories, something that is actually prevalent now in peripheral areas such as the GS8 proposed development site?
There's a range of height, but both to the south and north, there's a sort of merging clusters of slightly taller development, 10, 11 stories. So there is a kind of a characteristic form beyond the core town centre, which has those sorts of characteristics.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. Good. And then on Trafford House, please, which is the comprising of the documentation, the ID2 committee report and DAS. I'm sure the inspector's familiar where Trafford House is, broadly towards the railway station. Again, so far as Trafford House is concerned, to what extent is the proposed addition of a 3-storey rooftop extension on that building something that provides any precedent for the approach to be taken on the appeal side?
So we can see Trafford House in that same image in the design access statement in the bottom right-hand corner of the image. And it's obvious that it's separated from the town centre both by the ring road and by the railway line. Was originally conceived as an office building, which has changed to resi through permitted development rights. There are other taller buildings of that kind of order, including the Icon, which you can see just to the left of the train station. The increase in height as proposed is not, in my opinion, influential on what height is appropriate in the town centre. It's a freestanding element. It is at some distance from the town centre. It is a peripheral location, and it can accommodate that sort of additional 2-storey height.
Thank you. Right. If you can put those documents away, please. Can I then deal with a penultimate matter, and that relates to some evidence given by Mr. Cafferty in his rebuttal proof. So go back to Mr. Cafferty's rebuttal proof and turn, please, to printed page 36, PDF page 19.
Printed page.
Printed page 36, PDF page 19.
Thank you. I have it.
And on page 36, paragraph 16, Mr. Cafferty, in response to your evidence, refers to the 2015 Urban Characterisation Study, which is CDB6. We don't turn that for purposes of these questions. And he refers in particular to a reference within that study, which refers to part of the civic status of Basildon Town Centre as including tall buildings that are set adjacent to low to medium rise buildings, a tradition established early on in the development. And you see that reference in paragraph 16, yeah. So far as whether the statement that tall buildings set adjacent to low to medium rise buildings as part of the civic status of the zone is referred to in that study. To what extent do you, well, how do you interpret that statement, firstly, Mr. Lowndes, and then to what extent does it provide any justification in urban design terms for the approach taken through this appeal scheme?
Well, it must refer to Brook House, which is a tall building with that relationship. And I presume it also refers to Great Oaks House, which we identified earlier. Possibly it might refer to Keating House, which is to the south, but has been reduced in height more recently. But the way that I interpret that is there is an emphasis on Brook House because of its role as a landmark and organisational component in the town centre. Its position on the preeminent east-west route, and the way that that is read with the lower lying buildings. It also refers, I think it must do, to Great Oaks House. But of course, Great Oaks House is not in a prominent position, is set away from the east-west route, and the appreciation of that building in the context of the 2 to 4 story datum is not significant. So I think it's those 2 buildings it refers to, but I think the emphasis must be on Brook House because of its townscape role.
And then to what extent does that statement, as you construe it, then provide any kind of precedent for the introduction of the kind of scale and height of building proposed on the appeal site in the location in which it's envisaged?
Yeah, I just don't think that anybody can draw any comfort from that characterization to support a whole-scale change in height and scale in the town centre. It is a description of what exists. It is not a prescription for change.
Good, thank you. Then one final point in evidence in chief, Mr. Lowndes, and that arises from Ms. Markham's rebuttal proof of evidence. So could you turn to that, please?
Yes.
Turn within it to Ms. Markham's conclusions, which begin on printed page 4, paragraph 1.10.
Yes.
And in those conclusions, Ms. Markham draws together some points arising from the substance of her evidence and makes the point that, as she sees it, there was never any intention in terms of the original conception of Basildon Town Centre for Brook House to be an isolated tall building, but rather it was hoped, these are her words, that further tall buildings would follow in the town centre, and there was no design intent that the location of later tall buildings would be confined to the periphery. 2 points arising from that, Mr. Lowndes. Firstly, do you agree that that is what the historical information that is available indicates in terms of the original concept? And B, whatever might have been the original concept, what is the current position with regard to Brook House and any landmark status that contributes positively to the character of the townscape?
So in answer to the first part of that question, I think that there is no evidence that anything other than a single preeminent building in the town centre, which has its powerful relationship with the lower-rise buildings and the east-west route, was envisaged at the outset. I think Ms. Markham is speculating about an increase in height. I know there's a reference in one of her articles about perhaps Basildon being too low, and that maybe is not making the most of the opportunity, but that's different from actually promoting a whole-scale change in height and scale. In relation to your second part of the question, I think more recently, there are a whole range of sources which reflect upon the preeminence, the dominance, the role of Brook House in the townscape. And these range from the Quality Review Panel identification of it as being of landmark townscape status. We find that the list description identifies it as a dominant vertical landmark to counterbalance the predominantly horizontal emphasis of the surrounding shops. The list descriptions calls it a significant, gives it a emphasises its significant townscape role. Pevsner, great source of knowledge about buildings, identifies it as being an important landmark for the new town. And more recent commentators such as Andrew Cady, an architect, in his blog talks about the landscape tower, the landmark tower, and Gillian Darley, another commentator and columnist, talks about how Brook House was intended to provide visual and social key to the town centre, and uses a great word, pinioning the core of the new town. So it's that pin around which the town centre revolves.
Thank you very much indeed. And those are all documents that are included in the addendum note that you provided to the inquiry.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Mr. Lowndes, thank you. Is there anything else you want to add by way of evidence in chief at this stage?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. So that concludes Mr. Lowndes' evidence.
Thank you. I'd just like to take the opportunity of asking one or two questions at this point, so I'm clear on Mr. Lowndes' stance before we start cross-examination. And I simply want to refer to the framework, which is called document A. Is it 2? Yes, A2. Do you have that, Mr. Lowndes?
I do, sir.
In chief, you've explored or dealt with paragraph 130C, are sympathetic to local character and history, etc. So I'm clear on your views relating to that. Just to work through paragraph 130, if I could have your comments on the other elements of that at a fairly high level without too much detail. Planning policy decisions should ensure that developments A will function well and add to the overall quality of the area, not just for the short term, but over the lifetime of the development. Whether you agree or disagree with that so far as the appeal scheme is concerned, and why?
So yes, I think that's a very important consideration. I think that the appeal scheme fails to meet that requirement, because I think that although it may be managed well, it may function well, I don't think it would add to the overall quality of the area for the reasons of form, scale, change, loss of distinctiveness. And so I think that there's a danger of that building, that proposal, undermining the core characteristics of the area.
Thank you. Now, I appreciate that in looking at these one by one, there is inevitably overlap, but I will go through them. B, are visually attractive as a result of good architecture, layout, and appropriate and effective landscaping. And if I could have your thoughts on that, please.
Is the proposal visually attractive? It is, I suppose, anodyne piece of architecture. It's neutral in attractiveness terms, and that's as a piece of architecture in its own right. But as a piece of architecture in its context, I don't find it visually attractive. I find it challenging. I find it is an alien form, and I think the layout of the proposal would have would make it well, actually profoundly unattractive in its context.
C, you've already dealt with. D, establish or maintain a strong sense of place using the arrangements of street spaces, building types and materials to create attractive, welcoming and distinctive places to live, work and visit. And I'd invite your comments.
I think that Basildon Town Centre is actually a highly distinctive place. It may not necessarily have been treated very well in the recent past, but it actually has a very strong sense of place. And I think that sense of place is valued by the locals, valued by the people that use the town centre, that work there, that visit it to shop or for leisure. And I don't think that the proposals would maintain that sense of, that strong sense of place. I don't think the typology of the building or the materials used would create something which is attractive or welcoming, would challenge that sense of distinctiveness. And we've heard from the councillor, and we've heard other considerations of how overwhelming the arrangement proposed might be in relation to the appreciation of place.
Thank you. E, optimise the potential of the site to accommodate and sustain an appropriate amount and mix of development, including green and other public space, and support local facilities and transport networks. Do you wish to make any observations on that relative to the appeal scheme?
Yes, I mean, I think a mixed-use development which will inevitably support and positively support local facilities and transport networks is a good thing. But the question, my rhetorical question is, does this proposal optimize the opportunity? And in my opinion, it's much more on the end of maximization than optimization. An optimal scheme would be one which would allow development to take place, but to be much more respectful of character, of sense of place, and much more considered in the way it would sit in its townscape.
And then F, create places that are safe, inclusive and accessible, and which promote health and well-being with a high standard of amenity for existing and future uses, and where crime and disorder and the fear of crime do not undermine the quality of life or community cohesion and resilience. I have in mind what Mr. Dealey says about internal arrangements. So any comments confined to external comments?
Yes, just to say that I do rely upon Mr. Dealey's consideration of internal environment and living conditions. I think they are very important in establishing quality of life. And I think that there are aspects of the proposed scheme in external terms which would not necessarily lead to safe and inclusive environments. I'm thinking particularly of the movement, the depth, the change in orientation and the recesses that have emerged from the ground floor plan of the proposal. And I think that could quite possibly lead to antisocial behaviour.
Has as a supplementary to that, has the scheme been considered by the Designing Out crime team?
I believe it has. I think I've seen.
I think it's referred to in the committee report. I just wanted to put that to you as to whether you were aware of their comments. Yeah. Just one further element relative to the framework. Paragraph 134. Development that is not well designed should be refused, especially where it fails to reflect local design policies and government guidance on design, etc. Conversely, significant weight should be given to development which reflects local design policies and government guidance on design, taking into account any local design guidance and supplementary planning documents, such as design guides and codes, and or outstanding or innovative designs which promote high levels of sustainability or help raise the standard of design more generally in an area, so long as they fit in with the overall form and layout of their surroundings. And comments, I think, with particular emphasis to B.
Yes, of course. Well, I think you should consider giving significant weight to the fact that this proposal doesn't reflect local design policies or government guidance on design. But more specifically, in relation to your question, part B, I think innovative design is a good thing in its own right for all of the reasons that are set out there. However, and the operative part of that B, for me, is so long as those proposals fit in with the overall form and layout of their surroundings. And in my opinion, the appeal scheme fails to fit in with the overall form and layout of its surroundings.
Thank you. I should say that in asking your comments on those, clearly I take into account the framework as a whole and all related documents, but that's been helpful in having clarity on your position before you start cross-examination.
Thank you, sir.
11:50. I'll take a 10-minute break because we started this session at 11 o'clock. A 2-hour run is perhaps a little bit intense for the witness, so we'll take a 10-minute break. And then Mr. Lynes, if you can operate on the basis of about, make a start of about an hour on cross-examination. Thank you. So we'll adjourn for 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome back, everyone. The inquiry is resumed. Mr. Lowndes, are you ready?
I am ready. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Lyness, then, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Lowndes.
Good afternoon.
Let's deal, first of all, please, with some general introductory questions on the MPPF. Please, the first heading is the policy general. Just to confirm the position, no dispute between the appellant and the council that the scheme would support the objective of significantly boosting the supply of homes and providing sufficient land to allow this to happen in accordance with paragraph 60 of the framework. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
Very much. And again, the scheme is also consistent with the policy objective of making efficient use of brownfield land, paragraph 119 of the framework, correct?
It makes use of brownfield land. Whether it's the optimal or most efficient use is a question for, is something I think we need to consider.
If we differentiate optimize and efficient, as far as efficient is concerned, there is no density-based reason for refusal or concern expressed on behalf of the council, is there?
Only density in terms of how it can be accommodated with an appropriate height. So,
I appreciate there's a difference between the parties on whether it's been optimized in the design sense.
yeah,
But as far as the provision of housing on this site is concerned, it makes efficient use of the land to do so.
it makes efficient use of the land for housing, notwithstanding the fact that there is too much development in our opinion.
And the scheme's also consistent with paragraph 120, but we don't need to turn it up, but we can, of the framework, with giving substantial weight to the value of using suitable brownfield land for homes and other identified needs. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. And again, it also is supported by the objective of providing housing as part of mixed uses, which support the vitality and viability of town centres, correct?
It would have that effect.
Thank you very much. That's paragraph 86, sir. For your note, which requires that decisions should support the role that town centres play at the heart of local communities by taking a positive approach to their growth, management and adaptation. Again, there's no dispute that these proposals would be consistent with that part of the policy, correct?
Again, with the caveat of the effect it would have upon the catch and appearance of the town centre.
Okay, well, so thank you very much. And again, paragraph 105 of the framework, I hope we need to turn it out, it should be familiar to us, which advises that significant development should be focused on locations which are sustainable. Again, there's no dispute about the general sustainability of this site, particularly in transport terms, right, isn't it?
No, there's no dispute.
Thank you very much. And in the development plan context, moving away from the framework, the proposals are consistent with support for development appropriate for a town centre location within the saved policies of the core strategy, correct?
It's an appropriate mix of uses for a town centre location in those terms.
Thank you very much. As far as the emerging plan is concerned, again, we can take it up if we need to, but hopefully not. Granting permission in this case would be consistent with policy SD1 plan in delivering housing for Basildon and the wider South Essex region.
It would be consistent with that part of the plan, yes.
Very much. And it would also be consistent with policy SD2, which seeks to provide for development in urban settlements in the first instance to limit the loss of greenbelt land. That's right, isn't it?
It is consistent with that objective, notwithstanding the fact that you still need to strike the right balance between what's appropriate for the town centre in terms of its character and appearance.
Thank you very much. And again, it's consistent with policy R2 of the emerging plan, which seeks to provide for the regeneration of Basildon Town Centre and the level of housing provided for in that policy. That's right, isn't it?
It's consistent with the need to deliver housing in the town centre, but obviously the amount of housing is something which is being considered by the council now. The
As far as the application of this policy to this scheme is concerned, it's right, isn't it? That the scheme would be consistent with policy R2, which seeks to provide for the regeneration of the town centre through the provision of housing scheme. That's right, isn't it?
The scheme is consistent with that, but again, I reiterate my point about needing to strike the right balance with what's appropriate for the character and appearance of the town centre in the application of that objective.
Thank you very much. Now, that introduction, can we just move on, please? Some, but not many, questions on housing need. We'll get on to character and other matters in due course, I assure you, Mr. Lowndes.
Thank you.
And if you're not able to answer these questions, these matters which need to be picked up, otherwise, do let me know. Okay.
Yeah.
And again, I hope we don't need to turn out the local plan review, which is at CDB2. Perhaps we could hopefully agree these propositions to save time. We know that the local plan review was submitted for examination in March 2019, correct?
Yes.
And there's essentially, therefore, even now, there's been a delay of not far off 3 years before the examination can be progressed through hearings. There, isn't it? It's right, as a matter of fact.
As a matter of fact, that's right.
So it's fair to characterise there's been a fairly significant delay in the examination proceeding.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And as far as the review itself is concerned, again, if we need to confirm these figures, by all means we can, but the original approach taken in the plan was to identify up to 986 dwellings a year, which turned out into 19,720 dwellings in the area over 20 years. Prepared to accept that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We knew that the plan as it stood then only made provision for 17,700 odd, so 10% short of meeting the OAN at that stage. Prepared to accept that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And it was anticipated that of that figure, you're only realistically going to get to 15,465. That's paragraph 6.25 of the emerging draft. Prepared to accept that, Mr. Lowndes?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And we knew as well, again, if we need to confirm these figures, we knew from page 24 of CDB2 that as for the split in provision, the plan was allowing around 9,000 in the urban area and 8,600 or so in the green belt. Prepared to accept that?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. On policy SD2 that we've touched upon very briefly, had a figure of 8,700 all proposed in the main urban area. Prepared to accept that?
Yeah, split between various neighbourhoods and
yes, page 28 of the document. And that included a minimum of 1,036 units in the town centre, paragraph 835. Prepared to accept that?
Yes.
And a reference was made to 2,128 homes based on the 2012 master plan. Prepared to accept that? Prepared to accept that as well?
Yes.
Yes, and the 2128 figure, just to try and canter through this, is explained in CDB 17, which is the residential audit document, and that explains how the figure of 2128 was arrived at. You're familiar with that, Mr. Lowndes?
I'm not overly familiar with it, so maybe I ought to have a look.
Okay, CDB 17.
Oh, my session's expired.
All right, so it's a problem for some. I take it, Mr. Lowndes, you're working purely electronically.
It's a mix.
Or documents, a mix, right?
CB.
CD B17.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, I don't want to spend any detail on this, but the figure that I've referred to, the 2128, has been reached as a result of analysis, which says that the 2012 master plan earmarked 12 or so hectares for 2,000 residential dwellings. And what this audit does is go through a calculation which says 1,000 or so dwellings have been granted consent. This gives you the density for that, and then says if it's assumed that similar densities will be realised in the remaining land area, the expected dwellings that come forward will be 1,054, and that would give you 2128. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, just to be clear now that you've got your session up and running, to see where that link is made with the emerging plan. If we just take out CDB2 briefly, please. I'm working off a paper version, paragraph 8.35. I think it may be in PDF 69. And internal page 55.
Sorry, I haven't, not yet, no. So just give me the reference again, please.
It's CDB2 and it's PDF page 69, paragraph 835, internal page 55.
I apologise, it's taking a while to download.
No, not at all. As usual, it's a bit of time to establish a relatively short point, but there we are.
So page 55.
Internal page, it's the final paragraph on that page, 8.35.
I remember the days when people were walking around the inquiry chamber looking for a particular document in a box somewhere. So the process is no worse.
Yeah, that's true.
So thank you, sir. Just give me a chance to find the paragraph. I have it now.
Okay,
Thank you.
835. Okay, so the 2128 that we saw in the residential audit,
Yeah.
that is the one can see the link. The 2128 is mentioned there. Which is the figure that appears in the emerging plan. Do you see that halfway through 835?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So that's just a very quick overview of where the council started with the emerging plan. So we'll come on to the history very briefly, but you accept then that even the emerging plan at this stage is identifying a significant requirement for new housing in the Basildon area, correct?
No, I definitely accept that the emerging plan identifies significant requirement for housing in the urban area, and obviously further capacity needs to be found in the town centre specifically.
Yes.
But I have to say, in terms of the what's happening, the extent of that further capacity is a matter of ongoing work. So that's being done through the local plan process, and I don't know where that will end up.
I just want to ask a little bit more questions to understand the context for that. You accepted significant new housing in the Basildon area and in the town centre.
Yes.
Yes. And even at that stage, if one turns back to page 23, paragraph 6.27, it's internal page 23, paragraph 6.27. I suspect it's PDF 37. 6.27, do you have that, Mr. Lowndes?
I do.
Now it says, whilst the housing target falls short of the OAN, it does represent a significant step change. Average delivery rate of 826 per annum compared to the historical rate of 369 homes per annum. So even though at that stage the council was accepting, we're not proposing to meet our OAN, and our supply is going to fall short of even that figure. It was recognising that there would have to be a significant uplift based on historical levels of delivery in the borough. That's right, isn't it?
It does. That is right. But they need to identify the capacity of the town centre.
I'm coming on to that. Don't worry. I'm just setting the scene for now, Mr. Lyons. And it's right, isn't it, then, that there is a recognition that relying on the figures which one sees in the residential all that we've just looked at was not going to logically meet the OAN for the area. That's right, isn't it?
It is.
Thank you very much. And it wasn't going to be identifying provision that would meet even the lower housing target, which itself wasn't going to be meeting OAN. Thank you very much. Now, if we see very briefly what happened after that, if we can turn to CDB 12, please, which is the response to the inspector's questions that were put in relation to OAN. Because I don't want to spend too long on this, just setting the scene. CDB 12, and if we go to the council response at paragraph 1.7 on page 2.
Yep.
There it says, after setting the scene where the inspectors asked why is the plan not meeting the OAN in full, it says that the council published a further land and urban capacity study which reflects the 2019 increased emphasis on the greater role of residential development centres, making effective use of land and increased density. Then the reference to the 4,200 homes figure, in addition to the 940 net new homes delivered in the plan period up to March 2020, represents a net increase of 3,012 compared with the urban capacity identified in the Regulation 19 Submission Local Plan, also compliant with the strategy of Policy SD2. Consequently, the council is now confident can meet the OAN without adjusting the boundaries of the Greenbelt more extensively than is indicated in the Submission Local Plan. So again, just seeing what was being said, the council was there saying that, well, you don't need to worry, inspector, about the approach taken to OAN because we can find dwellings within the town centre. And at that stage, those sites being identified by the council assume delivery on the appeal site. That's right, isn't it?
I think that's right, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And if we go over to CDB 13 and see what the inspector's response was at that stage. CDB 13, and it's the first page. Refers to the regeneration strategy in the second paragraph. Says in some way this impact will be a positive one. The additional housing the town centre could address my concerns about the plans submitted not meeting its OAN in full. For example, moreover, it may be that you can have a continuous 5-year supply of housing land over the plan period. And he goes on to say, well, we need to carry out some further consultation. So I think it's fair to say, in general terms, that this impact would be a positive one. There was at least some qualified support being expressed by the inspector for the approach that was being suggested by the council in its response. That's fair, isn't it?
Well, qualified support, but of course it is reliant, that discourse was reliant upon the 2020 regeneration strategy having weight, which we know it doesn't have. I suppose the overarching conclusions about capacity in the town centre cannot now be relied upon.
Well, that's the urban capacity study and the regeneration strategy. They're still being advanced as part of the evidence base for the local plan, Mr. Lyons, aren't they?
As far as I'm aware, the 2020 regeneration strategy has no weight. Is not an.
Can you answer my question? They're still being advanced as part of the evidence base for the local plan inquiry.
I'm not sure that the 2020 regeneration strategy is.
Well, we can check this outside the inquiry, but if you look at the examination documents, they list the urban capacity study and the regen strategy.
Well, the regeneration strategy is out of date, and the urban capacity study, as I understand it, is also out of date, and that is why there is work underway at the moment in order to further understand the genuine capacity of the town centre to accommodate the significant increase in density required. I don't know where
that could be checked outside. I'm just trying to understand what the council and various guys is doing.
Yeah.
If one looks on the local plan website, the list of correspondence, including these core documents, the urban capacity and the regen strategy are still listed as part of the evidence base for the local plan, aren't they?
I'll have to take instructions on that, I think, because my understanding is that they are no longer up-to-date documents to rely upon, and maybe they shouldn't be on that list.
This is what we're trying to get to. There may be one arm of the council which is in relation to development management, which has taken a particular view, particularly for the purpose of this inquiry. But I'm asking about the position that's being taken at local plan stage and the approach that the council corporately is taking to regeneration strategy. And I put the point to you, I mean, the examination library includes it, and as we understand it, the response that I took you to from the council hasn't been withdrawn as far as correspondence with the inspector is concerned. Are you aware of anything to the contrary?
I can't comment on the detail, but I'll be surprised if it isn't withdrawn in fairly short order.
So can I?
Sorry. Yes, Mr. Edwards.
Sorry. If I may say, the points that Mr. Scott is putting are perfectly reasonable points. So Mr. Lowndes simply is obviously not in a position to answer the detail of those questions because he's not involved in the preparation of the plan. So what I can undertake to do, if that is helpful, is we will provide a note just explaining and clarifying what the position is with regard to documents that are before the local plan examination as part of the evidence base and what their status is. If I may say so, I think essentially the point is tolerably clear from the position statements that you have, sir, as documents E3 and E2. But nonetheless, sir, if it's acceptable to you and to Mr. Linus, I'll seek to resolve that the point in the way that I suggested.
Thank you, Mr. Linus. Is that satisfactory?
Obviously, if Mr. Edwards wants to go away and clarify the position, I hope you can understand from our point of view, given the way that the regeneration strategy has been characterised by the council and its evidence, why we thought it necessary to raise the point.
Indeed, I'm wondering whether that's something that can be resolved between you and Mr. Edwards over lunch, whether that can be researched as to whether they are still live relative to that. So if there's further matters that you want to deal with, you have that opportunity.
Very happy to do that, sir.
Thank you.
Now, as far as other positions of the plan is concerned, we know from CDE3 that the OAN has now actually increased as far as the council is concerned to 1,008 per annum. That's right, isn't it?
I have to take your word for it.
Okay, very well. CDE3. So the positive impact of developing in the town centre that was identified by the inspector previously have been effectively emphasised by the increase in OAN in general terms. Mr. Lowndes, that's fair, isn't it?
Yes, but of course the OAN still needs to find a physical form which is appropriate for the character and appearance of the town centre. And I think we're some way off understanding what the implications are in relation to identifying capacity and what impact that would have upon the character of the town centre.
Okay, but there's nothing in the responses to the inspector from this council to suggest the figures contained in the existing plan as submitted are a reliable basis for planning the future housing provision in the borough. Right.
Sorry, you'd have
to. There's nothing in any of the responses to the inspector, given the increase in OAN, to suggest that it regards the figures in the existing plan as a reliable basis for planning the future provision of housing in the local plan.
So I didn't quite understand the formulation of the question.
If you take all these responses that the council's made to the inspector, there's nothing to suggest that it regards the figures that we've gone through as the reliable basis for planning future housing provision in the area.
Are you saying that the council does rely upon those figures as providing reliable guidance?
My point is there's nothing to suggest that they're still relying upon those figures.
I agree.
Thank you very much.
But they are formulating undertaking a new capacity assessment to see what the town centre can genuinely accommodate.
Well, if we, just on that note, if we take out CDE3, please. This is the position statement on the emerging plan. And there is a reference at the foot of the page to a further urban capacity study being commissioned. This is identified as a key action to increase housing delivery in the Housing Delivery Test Action Plan 21. Do you see that?
E3.
Final paragraph on the first page.
Sorry, I'm in the wrong E document. Beg your pardon.
Right, it's E3. E3.
Yeah. Okay.
So it says identify as a key action to increase housing delivery in the Housing Delivery Test Action Plan 21. So again, just to set this in context, action plan, an important part of the response to government on delivery to meet housing supply targets, correct?
Yes.
The council is effectively telling government what it needs to do to try and improve housing supply, correct?
Yes.
And if we just pick up the way this is followed through, if one then turns to CVB 19, which is the action plan itself, draft for July 2021. And under the heading key actions, when you get to that, I think it's page 6 internally. You see the heading key actions?
I'm sorry, it's still loading. Page
6.
What's the paragraph number?
Well, if you go to paragraph 3.5, which starts other steps and one goes over the page, the top of page 7, you see they're preparing an update urban capacity study for the Basildon Town Centre, identifying additional urban supply for housing as part of regeneration schemes. You see that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so what the council is there saying to a government effectively that it recognises that there is a need to increase capacity in the town centre, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And it must do so as a key part of this action plan, correct?
Of the draft.
Yes.
Document. Yes.
And it follows that the council remains of the view, therefore, that it must increase the number of homes delivered in the town centre beyond those originally proposed in the plan, correct?
That's definitely the implication, but of
Yes,
course it's not at all costs a pursuit of density and numbers, because there has to be some moderation in relation to what it's felt the town centre can physically accommodate in terms of its character and appearance.
Yes, but if the point is, the reason I've asked these introductory questions is that if the emerging plan was based on the residential audit that we've looked at of 2018, it follows that the council recognises the need to build out capacities and densities that are greater than those which had been previously assumed. Right,
Well,
isn't it?
that's definitely the direction of travel, but I
Yeah,
come back to the point that notwithstanding the need to increase capacity and the need to increase, the need to increase density and the number of dwellings, there is still a capacity issue, which is something which is physical and goes back to the form and character of the town centre. So there is a limit to what is appropriate and credible in physical terms. It's not good enough to have just a huge number of dwellings to be delivered, because that could create a place which is not attractive, not comfortable, and therefore there has to be some moderation, as I say, in terms of what the town centre is capable of accommodating in physical terms.
Yeah, we just want to establish that it's agreed that you're looking to do something beyond what was identified in the audit to try and achieve the objectives of the action plan.
There's an aspiration to increase numbers,
Yes.
and increase numbers over already.
Well, it's not just
increase.
it's not simply, it's not so, I think, stronger than aspiration, isn't it, Mr. Lyons? It's been identified by the council as a key action to increase capacities within the town centre to meet the shortfall in its performance and housing supply. That's right, isn't it?
It is right, but I come back to there has to be a physical limit to what is credible and appropriate in relation to the nature of the place.
Okay, and we'll come back to the 2012 master plan shortly, but you'd accept that it was prepared in a very different housing need environment to the current one. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Very much. And again, we'll come back to this, but even the master plan at that stage accepted the need for more taller buildings within the town centre. That's right, isn't it?
It did, but it was quite specific about this particular site, and it didn't.
Well, we'll come back to that. I'm just looking at the general position.
Buildings.
Thank you very much. So the council must therefore recognise, given the questions that I put to you, the need to build out in the town centre so as to meet needs in a way which will inevitably mean an increase in height within the town centre generally.
How what the consequence of the need to increase housing numbers is in relation to the town centre is not simply putting high buildings into the town centre in order to accommodate that absolute need. It's much more about what is appropriate in physical terms to retain the sense of local distinctiveness. So there may be a compelling need to significantly increase density to meet the housing numbers, but that has to be moderated by the compelling need to make sure that the character and appearance of the town centre, its local distinctiveness is safeguarded. So simply because the housing numbers are huge doesn't mean to say that we have to have very tall buildings across the whole town centre.
So we'll come back to the 2012 master plan in due course, but you accepted that the master plan itself, even in 2012, was accepting that you needed taller buildings than 4 stories in the town centre. And as we discussed, that was at a time when the housing need position was very different to now, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. And as matters stand now, we don't have any known timescale for the emerging plan and any consideration of capacity pursuant to that process. That's right, isn't it?
I think there's an expectation that progress will be made next year and the year after.
But we don't have any known timescale as to when it's all going to be resolved, do we?
No, we don't.
No. And there's no prematurity point being taken in relation to individual schemes coming through the system. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
Very much. So individual proposals such as this one, determined through the development management process, are the only means at this stage by which a known contribution to increasing capacity and density in the town centre can be delivered. That's right, isn't it?
That's right, but it's not at any cost. The need to provide housing is understood. The need to significantly increase the density of that housing is understood, but the form of that housing, the form of the density, needs to be considered in the context of the nature of the town centre. So it's not a question of just building tall buildings everywhere. It may be there may be a consequence of increasing height, but that height can be deployed in different ways. It doesn't have to be tall buildings, and that height can only be deployed in a way which accords with what's appropriate in form and scale in terms of the town centre.
Okay, I think you're accepting, Mr. Lyne, for coming on to this at a later stage, but you're accepting that in reality, one is contemplating an increase in height in the town centre to meet these needs.
I'm contemplating buildings which are perhaps taller than existing buildings, but I'm not being explicit or about what height that would be. And
okay, we'll come back to this.
I don't know what the capacity study that's underway is looking at, but I would be surprised if it wasn't looking at I don't know, 4 to 6 story baseline buildings. I'm sure it won't be looking at tall buildings in the sense that we have tall buildings being promoted at Market Square at the moment.
Well, we don't know that. I mean, I was going to pick this up slightly later. One of the other documents that was submitted yesterday, please. There was a document that was taken from the council website. I think it was submitted yesterday with the GS8 and the ID3. Can we take that out, please?
Yeah, got it.
Okay, now, this is a document that was found on the council website, and at the top of the page, I think the screenshot will show that it was answers to the early engagement exercise, which is being conducted by the council at the moment. And the document says, in answer to questions about building height, again, you may need to take instructions on this, but when we saw this, I thought it was relevant to bring it to the attention of the inquiry. It says, tall buildings have the potential to add significant value to Basildon Town Centre. When appropriately located and well designed, they can enhance skylines and provide a recognisable landmark and serve to promote the town. And then there's other, obviously, cluster tall buildings can, if carefully located, also add the legibility of the town, indicating a gateway to the town centre or commercial hub. You see that? There's a final sentence which I recognise too. Then it says, it's important that tall buildings contribute to the wider urban area in terms of the opportunities they bring for mixed-use development. Again, there's no dispute that we'd be consistent with that objective here. It says they can be dominant in asserted building forms, however, they can also contribute to the character of the area, often having iconic designs, creating new landmarks and definition to a townscape. Town centre is ideally located to support high density next to railway station, bus station with the basis of good walking. So again, just pausing there. Town centre is ideally located to support high density next to railway station. Again, you wouldn't dispute that as a matter of principle, would you, Mr. Lyons?
Just before I answer that question, I will answer it. obviously, I'd quite like to see the question that this is an answer to. And of course, this is just a general discursive discussion about whatever the question was, is not policy and shouldn't be seen to be policy. There's no definition here, as far as I can see, of what would constitute a tall building, and in Basildon Town Centre, actually a relatively low building could be seen to be a tall building. So those sorts of issues need to be properly understood. But having said that, intensification close to a railway station is a good thing. I agree.
And the striking sentence, Mr. Lowndes, it's, tall buildings have the potential to add significant value to Basildon Town Centre. Now, we've just seen this as something that has appeared on the council website, consistent with questions I put to you before, that whatever evidence you're giving at this appeal, obviously we're looking at what the council is saying more broadly, and it's not part of a formal policy document. We're not suggesting that at the moment. But insofar as you have made reference in your evidence to what might be going on as part of this regeneration strategy, this document, at this part of the website, at least suggests at some level that someone within the council has recognised that tall buildings have the potential to add significant value to Basildon Town Centre.
I really don't know how much weight to give this. I wouldn't give it any weight whatsoever. It may be simply part of a conversation. As I say, we haven't seen the originating question. We don't know what that said. Clearly, somebody's thinking about tall buildings and their role in the town centre.
Yes, no, it's on the website.
Well, it may be on the website, but it doesn't mean to say it has any weight as an instrument of planning policy. It's a conversation. It's exactly the sort of conversation I would expect of any kind of emerging regeneration strategy. What is appropriate for the development of the town centre? Development's appropriate. What form should it take? Should it be a tall building? Possibly, possibly not. What constitutes a tall building? How is that defined?
Okay.
And I think
if I just take the first sentence, Mr. Lowndes.
Everything that we read in this response, this conversational response, has to be seen in the context of the physical urban design strategy that no doubt will emerge from this process. And no doubt there will be more physical indication of what form development in the town centre should take. But at this point, it's just a speculation. It's just a conversation. It has no weight whatsoever.
Well, just to ask a couple more questions on this, we make sort of submissions about this. But just going to understand your position. I mean, it's right, is it not, that tall buildings do have the potential to add significant value to Basildon Town Centre?
Tall buildings have the potential, but they also have the potential to remove value.
Okay, would you accept that tall buildings have the potential to add significant value to Basildon Town Centre?
I have to qualify my answer, because a tall building, a modestly high tall building, or loads of tall buildings which are very high, who knows? But I don't think that it depends what we mean by value. I think that tall buildings have the potential to actually diminish the value of Basildon Town Centre if they're poorly sited, badly considered, and bring significant adverse impacts.
I understand the way you try to qualify the answer, but can you get back to the question and give me the yes, no with the qualification? I mean, just so I understand your position. And it's right, isn't it, that tall buildings have the potential to add significant value to Basildon Town Centre?
In a balanced response to your question, I would say there is a danger that tall buildings could diminish the values that that are important in the town centre. a tall building might bring significant value, I don't know, monetary value, support community facilities, but that has to be weighed against the physical form of that tall building or buildings and their relationship to the existing townscape, particularly the preeminence of Brook House, particularly the existing form of the lower rise 2 to 4 story blocks. So I can't answer your question without equivocation, I'm afraid.
Well,
You can have one further go if you wish, Mr. Lynes.
yes, I was going to say, I mean, is it a yes but or is it a yes but or a no? Mr. Lyons, it does sound to me like it's a yes but, isn't it? To be fair.
I'm very grateful for you putting the words in my mouth. It's a yes, but.
Right. Okay.
Right building in the right location.
If it's the right building in the right location, if it's the right buildings in the right locations, yes, it's possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for that diversion. I may come back to this issue slightly later, Mr. Lyons, but it's just that you mentioned what was being done behind the scenes, as it were, and I thought I needed to raise that at that stage. If we return to the broader context within which we're asking these questions, in the wider context of the plan, it's right, isn't it, that permission on this site would be consistent with reducing pressure for developing on greenbelt land, correct?
In principle, a permission for a redevelopment, including housing on this site, would help to alleviate pressure on the rest of greenbelt land, yes.
Thank you very much. Now, again, before we get on to existing character, which I promised we'd do, housing supply very, very briefly, given the exchanges that have taken place, the inquiry this morning, I'm not going to ask you about the rationale for the appellant disputing the 3.5-year figure. We can pick that up in other means, but I just wanted to understand your position so I can make submissions on it if necessary. I mean, even at 3.5 years, if I can put it that way, you accept that there was a substantial shortfall in housing supply within the area, correct?
I do.
And there's a pressing need for new housing on that basis.
I agree.
And again, as a matter of general principle, you accept that the extent of the shortfall is relevant to the weight to be given to the benefits held in prospect by the scheme.
I agree.
Very much. Okay, now let's move on, please, to existing character of the town centre. So I'm aware it's 10 to 1. I'm starting a new subject, but I have no objection to going on for another 10 minutes and taking a break there. If that would help you.
Only if it proves logical. Otherwise, I'm flexible in terms of breaking. So your preference.
Okay, I'll move on for 10 minutes or so, sir, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Now, the first subheading here is new town approach and success. Okay, and just to understand where we are on this, can we take out the 2012 master plan, please, CD B4. I think happily this is a document which has the same electronic numbers as the internal page numbers. So we take B4, please.
Yes.
And turn to page 4, just to set the scene, please. Paragraph 2.1.10. Do you have that?
I do.
Are you working on paper for this one, Mr. Lyons?
I am.
Right, good, okay. 2110, the construction of the town centre started in the 1950s with the formation of a retail core encircled by a transition zone comprising a ring road circuit with core services, including a bus station, and surrounded by residential suburbs. And if one looks down to 2111, at this time, strong east to west routes were established, pedestrian precincts, small scale retail units, and a small amount of residential development came forward in Brick House, intended to provide accommodation for executives. So that's the sort of overall approach that was intended under the master plan. You don't have any quarrel with that as a summary yet, Mr. Lowndes?
As a high-level summary, I don't quarrel with it, no.
Then on page 5, if one looks at 2.1.21, sorry. Again, this is the council's own master plan. It says 2.1.21, the new towns movement alternative approach to settlement design is now considered to lack balance in its understanding of the roles and the relationships between people and places. The model is criticised for placing too much emphasis on traffic movement, poor building design, on monofunctional land use zoning, creating the perception of a lack of unity. So clearly this is the council's own master plan document, plainly seen by the council as applying to the town centre as it stands. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, I think it's a fair criticism. I'm not sure what it means by poor building design, though, whether that is a functional thing or a physical thing, I don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter for my purposes, Mr. Lowndes, but again, it's clear that's what the council in its own document, how to see the centre. And if one goes on to page 14 of the document, and 5.145 on page 14, it's the far right-hand column. It identifies key issues at the end of that paragraph. A greater mix of land uses in the town centre, including residential, is necessary to create a vibrant centre and essential for regeneration. So the town centre would benefit from an overall higher density of sustainable mixed-use development. And if one, in that context, just turns back just to gather some other references to 5137 on page 13. In respect to future housing demand, research finds at a very fundamental level, there's a perennial underlying demand for housing in Basildon, which is not being met by supply. So again, we'll come back to this, but these references suggest that the master plan was recognising not just that housing demand was essential for the reason that housing was essential for the regeneration of the town centre, but that a legitimate criticism which could be made of the town centre is that it was monofunctional land use zoning with poor building design. That's right, isn't it?
I mean, I think it's absolutely fair to say that the town centre would be enhanced by the introduction of new uses, including residential. But I don't really, I still don't understand what poor building design means.
I think that might be okay. My point is broader, Mr. Lowndes, in the sense that if one's looking at the overall way in which one approaches Basildon and its new town character, the council was recognising it in its own supplementary planning document. But there's an issue with the character of the town centre as it stands.
The land use character of the town centre.
Yes. Well,
yes,
there's also a reference to poor building design, but there is an issue with the character of the new town as far as the way that it functions is concerned. It's fair, isn't it?
I mean, I think I see it positively. I see that this identifies opportunities for change. But
Can you
that,
answer I'm sorry to ask, but can you answer my question? It's clear that the master plan is saying that insofar as one recognises the new town movement, particularly at 2121, the documents recognise that there are issues with how this movement has played out through the development of the town centre. That's right.
yes, yes, is the answer to your question. But that, in its own right, doesn't mean to say that we shouldn't be taking into account those positive aspects of the town centre, the things which give it its distinctiveness.
You can see why I'm asking the question. It's important to have a broad view of the way that the centres work.
Yeah, the town. I come back to my poor answer to your question, which is it's identifying opportunities for change. Yes. New buildings, but buildings and land uses which fit comfortably in the existing context rather than fundamentally changing that context.
And again, we will come back to some later documents. Again, but given this document was written in 2012, we've looked at where it sits within current housing need position. Given the fact that the council has this, but still considering regeneration strategy with the new council, it's fair to say that if the council has been talking about regeneration and raising these issues since 2012, that regeneration town centres can probably be regarded as urgent.
I think, is it urgent? Yes, it is urgent. Regeneration should and must happen, but the form of that regeneration is, the physical form of that regeneration has to be very, very carefully considered.
Now, again, just sticking with the overall approach.
Right. So I think there's a paragraph 6419 on page 27, which says future town centre development should seek to achieve a consistent higher density character. Fine. Although scale and massing should vary to complement context and setting. So I think there's always this qualification about context and setting, the need to make sure that that increase in density, the changing building forms are complementary to context and setting.
So I'll come back to what one should do. I'm talking about existing character at the moment, Mr. Okay.
So I thought I was as well, sorry.
Yeah, okay. Now, sticking with the existing character, just one point before the break, can we just take out, please, the appendices for Ms. Lucy Markham for Basil Estates? I don't want to trespass onto Mr. Hill's territory, which I'm sure he'll pursue in due course. Just to pick up a reference or two. If one turns within the appendix, please, to...
Is this the appendices to the rebuttal proof?
No, the original proof.
Oh, right, I'm going to have to find those, I'm afraid. Can you give me the...
It's paragraph 2.30 on page 8 internally.
Sorry, is this on in the core documents?
No, it's a proof of evidence, part of the proof of evidence.
I'm terribly sorry, I haven't actually got that to hand. I need to get it off my system.
Sir, should we take a break there then, rather than take time to get hold of that document? Now is a convenient time in any event, sir.
That's fine. It certainly makes sense to break if Mr. Lowndes hasn't got immediate access to the document. Just to remind Mr. Lowndes, as you're under cross-examination, not to communicate with anybody outside the inquiry concerning the inquiry. And it's just coming up to 1 o'clock, so we'll adjourn until 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. The inquiry is resumed. Can I check before we continue with cross-examination whether there are any important matters of housekeeping?
Sir, yes, Mr. Edwards and I have had an email exchange over lunch about the emerging local plan issue that arose in my questions, Mr. Lowndes. We will catch up again after the inquiry has completed today to further that, but we have been in touch just to reassure you that we have this in mind.
Thank you very much. On that basis, I'll invite you to continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Lowndes, we're within the broad heading still of the existing character of the town centre, and I think we had cause where I'd asked to take up Ms. Markham's appendices to her main proof and turn to paragraph 2.30. Do you have that now?
I have the appendices, and I'm just going to 2.30
on page 8.
Yeah, got it.
Thank you. Just want to run through a few references here, please. And obviously, Ms. Markham will give her evidence in due course. But she refers at 2.30 to a report by the Chief Architect and Planner for the Basildon Development Corporation that was essentially in charge of the master plan originally. There the quote is given that the almost completed town square in the centre is pedestrian only, gripped in the embrace of the road with his mighty roundabout, cutting off the future cinema, railway station, college and various other buildings. So again, before we even go to other references, I think it's fair to say that even at the outset, the Basildon Development Corporation itself accepted that there were certain issues facing the way in which the new town had been proposed to come forward. Fair, isn't it?
My reading is that he thinks that the roundabout is heroic in scale, mighty roundabout. But yes, I accept that. Then
gripped and cutting off isn't an entirely positive description of the new town, is it, Mr. Lowndes?
Well, actually, yes, I can see that. And of course, those particular elements didn't emerge. The cinema or the church in those locations. I don't think they came forward like that. So yes, I think that's particularly talking about the separation of the town centre from its residential.
Yes. It's an illustration of the broader theme, Mr. Lowndes. We've come on to other references that although there was a master plan for the new town, it was recognised that there were still issues with the way that this master plan was coming forward as far as the performance of the town centre is concerned. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, but that's dealing with peripheral components. It's not actually looking at the central east-west route, which is the fundamental, I suppose, sign of the core town centre.
Well, that was just to set the scene. If we go down to 2.33, there is a reference to an article that was authored by the Development Corporation. Again, design dominated by two factors, motor car and economics. The latter has the effect of limiting the heights of buildings to 2 or 3 floors. 4 stories is possible in special cases. Few shops require more than the ground floor for sales and the first floor for stock and staff room. Probably only enough to provide upper floor over a quarter of the shops. Hence, the majority of the development will be on 2 to 3 floors, with perhaps some tank floors as well to give the semblance of a 4th floor in special cases. So again, when one's looking at the retail area, as you have indicated, it's quite clear that as far as the height within that spine was concerned, it was driven by its function, which was retail use and the economics at the time. That's fair, isn't it?
That's what it says, but of course they may have been the economics behind that part of the development, but it was still framed in an architectural in a characteristic architectural form, which is representative of the period, which we still appreciate today. So the underlying drivers are I acknowledge, but of course I'm very interested in how it expressed itself, and that expression is part of the character of the town centre. Of course, that 57 quotations before Brookhouse came along was conceived.
I'll come on to Brookhouse, but it's not just Mr. Lowndes. This is a question of architectural expression, as you put it. It's pretty fundamental, isn't it, that their scale of the buildings was being spoken of, specifically in relation to the function that they were serving within the master plan, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a driver of the development. I accept that entirely.
Was that function was a driver of character at the time as well, wasn't it?
It was a component of the architectural decisions taken to execute those buildings in that form. But that doesn't undermine the value that those buildings have. So I perfectly accept that it's about retail on the ground floor, some storage, some offices, and there's only a certain amount of height that at that time could be generated by those functions. But that height is still fundamental to the character of the place.
Yes, but when one's looking at the character, Mr. Lowndes, it's right, isn't it, to recognise that insofar as that character is derived from scale, that the form of those buildings is fundamentally driven by the function that they serve.
That's a historical fact, but the historical...
It's a reality now. It's a reality now in the character. When one's looking at the character of the town centre, it must be recognised that the function of these buildings is an important component of the form that they're taking.
Absolutely, but in any new building, there has to be recognition of that historic form, regardless of why it evolved like that. It still has a character which is noteworthy and is of value, which should be respected in the redevelopment of that site and other sites. I'm
not meaning to interrupt you, Mr. Lowndes. It's just the way the service is operating. I'm sorry if you hadn't finished your answer.
Well, what I'm trying to say, probably inelegantly, but what I'm trying to say is, yes, I recognise the drivers of form, the functional drivers of form, but those drivers of form still expressed in a coherent architectural way, and the characteristics of that coherent architecture can be reflected in the subsequent intensification of the town centre.
I'll come back to this question later. Just sticking with this document, if we may, 2.3.5 over the page, please.
Yep.
Page 9, Ms. Markham's appendices. Again, this is sticking with an article written by the chief architect for the Basildon Development Corporation himself. The quote that's given there: on this jumbled cluster of buildings, shops are grouped in blocks around the pedestrian space and car parks, each designed and built by different developers, giving great variety to the scene without forming any unity or civic presence. Do you see that? So again, relevant for the inspector to note that the Development Corporation's own architect, even at that stage, did not regard the new town as providing an overall sense of unity or civic presence.
Well, I mean, I think that may have been his consideration at the time, but there weren't very many buildings actually in the town centre in 1957. And certainly in 1957, the building that we're looking at for this appeal, I don't think had been completed. So it's difficult to see how that description can apply to our specific site. And I don't agree necessarily with hindsight that assessment was correct, because I think there was a coherence.
Let's move away from this document, please, and can we turn to the urban characterization and review, please, CDB 6. And I'm working off the paper version are you electronic?
Oh, I'm sorry, I should have logged in.
In fact, this one might take a while to do.
Sorry, Mr. Lyons, could you just give me that reference again, please?
CDB6.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, so it's paragraph 3.123 on internal page 75, and I think it's PDF 79.
Right, I've got it.
Okay, so I just want to run through a few references. I'll try and do it within the documents so you're not switching between different documents as I go through these. But if we look at 3123, towards the bottom of that paragraph, Basildon Newtown, generally, the description there, the outcome today is that the deteriorating environment suffering from the same problems with inner city areas which it sought to alleviate. And then if one just gathers that point and goes on to PDF 83 and page 79, and within that, the town centre in paragraph 3.130, please.
So just before we move on to the next paragraph, paragraph 3.123 is talking about the residential suburbs, not about the town centre. That's right, isn't it?
Well, I think I wasn't clear about that. I mean, it's under a reference to the Basildon Newtown character.
Yeah, I think.
Area.
Yeah, I think we're talking here about the residential districts beyond the town centre.
Well, we'll have to potentially differ on that, but it doesn't really matter too much for present purposes when we look on to the next reference, Mr. Lyons. If we go to page 79 internally, so page 79 internally and 3.130, which is the town centre, specifically within this wider character area. 3130, the shopping area, visiting character, but is a tired air with significant problems in the quality of its retail offer. Office market being also very limited. The physical fabric of the town is also fading. Again, I don't take you to dispute that overall judgment that's being reached on the character of the town centre in those terms, Mr. Lyons. Clearly something that was recognised by the council when promoting this.
Well, these, a bit like me, these buildings are 60 years old and they're feeling a little tired. It's entirely right that decisions about redevelopment are taken. But I think it's a mistake to use tiredness and decay as a characterization of place in terms of the quality of architecture, the quality of buildings, or the quality of sense of place. They've been poorly maintained and they're deteriorating. I accept that, and and I accept that it does look a bit tight, but that doesn't mean to say that that undermines the value of the buildings collectively, individually and collectively, in setting a sense of place, a distinctive sense of place.
Mr. Lowndes, I suppose the point then arises, though, that one needs to ask other reasons why the buildings are tired and the fabric is fading. And as I've taken you through a number of the documents and the approach that's being viewed of the town centre, it's reasonable to suggest that the tired air and fading fabric of the town may be related, at least in part, to the nature of the character and its functioning.
Well, it is what it is, but I think we probably need to go back to that paragraph in the characterization study that we looked at earlier with Mr. Edwards, which I think is paragraph 3131, which is just below. The physical fabric of the town is also fading, is, however, the civic status of this zone that defines its distinctive character. And I think it then says many of these buildings have become iconic to Basildon and recognised for their architectural and historic interests. I think this is a balanced consideration, recognises decay, but it also recognises civic value. So I think it's those characteristics which I think we should have in mind when we're considering replacement buildings.
Can we just round off this point? I mean, insofar as it's recognised the town centre is tired and it has decay, that's not simply the way you put it, because the buildings are old. There are other factors at play here, which include, Mr. Lowndes, how the town centre is actually functioning as a retail destination to the exclusion of other uses. That's fair, isn't it?
Well, I'm sure the existing buildings are capable of being refurbished and brought back into beneficial use.
I just answer my question.
But that's not our case. Our case is, I'm sure we're not at odds on this. Redevelopment can take place. But it's the form of that redevelopment which is we're at odds at, and simply because the town centre is fading because there may be a degree of functional obsolescence is not the point. The point is the replacement building should reflect the key characteristics that the existing building, as part of its wider contribution to the distinctive character of the Basildon Town Centre, demonstrates, and the replacement building can perfectly easily accommodate those distinctive characteristics.
Let's just stick with my question, Mr. Lowndes. I mean, you referred to other aspects of 3131, tall buildings set adjacent to low to medium rise buildings. Now, clearly, it's recognised there that the tall buildings are part of what you identified here as the character of the town centre. That's what this study is doing.
Yeah,
recognising that tall buildings are part of the existing character of the town centre.
That's right. 2 tall buildings are part of the existing character, one of which is preeminent Brook House, not many other tall buildings.
Well, we don't know what specific references, no specific reference there made, but my point's a more general one, Mr. Lowndes, and one's asking about the overall character of the town centre. This document is recognising that the tall buildings are characteristic of the town, are part of the character of the town centre.
It's talking about 2 specific tall buildings. It has to be. Common sense suggests that it can only be about 2 tall buildings.
It is recognised, Mr. Lowndes, that tall buildings are part of the character of the town centre.
two tall buildings are part of the character of the town centre. It's not general tall buildings are part of the town character of the town centre.
Well, put another way, the maintenance of a prevailing height of 3 to 4 stories is not identified there as what makes the town centre distinctive.
And I'm not suggesting for one moment that a replacement building should be only 2 to 4, 3 to 4 stories high.
Yeah, okay, I'm grateful for that. But can you just answer the broader question? The maintenance of a prevailing height of 3 to 4 stories is not identified here as what makes the town centre locally distinctive. That's right, isn't it?
What makes the town centre distinctive is 1, 2 tall buildings higher than the prevailing lower rise buildings, which currently take the form of 2 to 4 stories.
Just answer my question in a general sense. The maintenance of a prevailing height of 3 to 4 stories is not identified as what makes the town centre locally distinctive.
No, because this is a description of the existing place.
That's what I'm asking about. Let's try one more time. The maintenance of a prevailing height of 3 to 4 stories, or a prevailing height of 3 to 4 stories, is not identified as what makes the town centre distinctive.
It doesn't specifically say the maintenance of a 3 to 4 story prevailing height makes the town centre distinctive, but it does say that tall buildings are set adjacent to low to medium rise buildings, a tradition established early on in the development. That tradition currently is expressed as one principal and one other tall building with sitting in the middle of a townscape which is predominantly characterized by 2 to 4 story high horizontally arranged buildings. And that tradition, that is a distinction between one specific tall building and a prevailing scale of lower rise buildings, is a tradition that ought to be maintained. How it comes forward in redevelopment is something else, but I think it definitely identifies a tradition, a characteristic which should be preserved.
If one goes on to page 125 of the document, please, which is the SWOT analysis, which begins on page 121, the urban design review. It includes 125, a section on legibility. Do you see that?
Sorry, I'm still getting there. So in the electronic document, I'm looking at page, forgive me.
129.
Page 129, add on 4 for the Okay, so under legibility, there's a general reference there to a lack of significant landmark buildings, statement architecture, works of art, especially at key gateways providing focal points in an area.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, again, when one reads that reference to earlier quotes that I've taken you to, the point remains that there's nothing in this urban characterization and review to identify that the maintenance of a prevailing height of 3 to 4 stories is what should keep making this town centre distinctive, right, isn't it?
Well, this is a section specifically about legibility, and you've drawn me to a bullet point about a lack of significant landmark buildings. I don't accept that a landmark building has to be tall to be a landmark. So that's the first point. You don't need to have tall buildings to actually have legible elements, legible buildings.
So you can just answer the question now. I mean, it's back to this point that it's about the maintenance of a prevailing 3 to 4 story character in the town centre. I mean, there's nothing in this document fairly read to suggest that that is something which is fundamental to the local distinctiveness of the town centre, right? Isn't it?
Sorry, forgive me. I'm just looking at the full list. Well, I mean, I think there is nothing, as far as I can see, which specifically requires the maintenance of a scale of 2 to 4 stories for the predominant number of buildings in the town centre. Although, in the strengths column throughout this, there is a reflection of buildings generally defining the street without overshadowing or dominating it, which I think is a recognition of that relative height, giving it a domestic and human scale to the streets. And your proposal certainly won't give domestic or human scale to streets. So I think that I can agree with you, Mr. Linus, that there isn't anything specific about maintaining 2 to 4 story scale for most buildings, but I think throughout this document, throughout these strengths and weaknesses analysis, is a recognition of the value of the existing arrangements.
Now, let's move away from this document and look at what we have on the ground. Please, I'll come on to Brook House specifically in a moment, but you'd accept as a general proposition, Mr. Lawrence, that the town centre at the moment has plainly seen much development since the original build out of the master plan. That's fair, isn't it?
I'm sorry, I missed your question.
The town centre at the moment has plainly seen much development since the original build out of the master plan.
Has seen much development.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think probably it's fair to say that there hasn't really been any period where there's been no development since the town centre was laid out. I mean, I think it's how should we describe it? It's a rolling master plan, and it's surprising how recently some of the components, the built components of the town centre, have been built on what was previously open or land or car parks. So I think my answer to your question is that it's a constantly evolving town centre, but that constant evolution has retained a sense of character and form, which is derived from the earliest phases.
I just want to try and illustrate where the difference might lie between us. If we take out your what you call your townscape assessment, the A3 volume, and just have a little walk together around parts of the town centre, just to illustrate to the inspector where the difference might lie between us. If we turn first of all to page 9 of your A3 document, and we look first of all at photo 16. We have Towngate Theatre on St Martin's Square, built 1985 to 1986 or so. Is that right, Mr. Lowndes?
I think that's broadly correct, yes.
Yes. We see there that there is a variety of heights in that building. One has a stepped elevation on that building, correct?
Yeah, there is a stepped elevation on that building with some taller elements, including fly towers for the theatre. Yes.
So the sense of that here is that it dilutes the sense of horizontality that might otherwise have with a building that doesn't step back. That's fair, isn't it?
No, I don't agree. I think there is a sort of a fairly clear two-story height at the front with a fairly well expressed parapet behind which that additional and relatively modest height rises another 1-2 stories maximum. So I think that's entirely consistent with the prevailing scale of the town centre.
I'm talking about the fact that part of your evidence has referred to what at times appears to be a relatively strict horizontality without any variation. This is an example within an important part of the town centre of a stepped elevation, which differs from the horizontality that one might find in East Walk, for example.
So yes, I agree. The strictness of the parapet line that you find in East Walk, and indeed even on the appeal site building.
And one sees there a double. Sorry.
Qualify my question. Doesn't appear here in this built form, but nonetheless, the overall scale and the components within that building are consistent with the first phases of the town centre.
Well, and I think there's a double height glazed entrance as well, isn't there?
And I might say that double height glazed entrance is consistent with the double height mural that's on the existing building. It forms the same sort of function in
we'll come back to that. We've got, if we move on, I want to try and keep the pace up as much as I can, Mr. Lowndes, but we have the
Well, I mean, you're asking the questions and I'm providing my answers. So
I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying that's why I'm trying to move on to the next. I'm just saying that's why I'm trying to move on to the next question. Mr. Lowndes, not trying to rush you. Sure.
I understand that pace is one thing. It's important that the witness does answer fully. Yes. And of course, we are working with slight time lapse, which I know does at times lead to two of you talking together. So I'm assured it's not intentional, but just to bear that in mind.
Absolutely, sir. Please rest assured, Ms. Lowndes, I'm not trying to rush you. It's just indicating why I was rushing, okay? Now, if we have the Westgate Shopping Centre as well, staying on the same page, we've got photos 15, 18 and 19 of that building. Again, one notes from that one has obviously roof treatment of a different drum form on that building. That's right, isn't it?
There is a corner treatment which takes the form of a round drum at third floor level above the strongly expressed parapet line, which we find at the top of the second floor.
Yes, but again, one notes there that there's little active or continuous frontage there, correct?
That's right, although it does have a projecting canopy, which I think is consistent with the underlying character that we...
There's little or no detailing on the upper part of the elevation, is there?
Well, this is because it's an inward-looking retail element.
And if one goes across the square to St. Martin's Church, your photo 17, another variety of use within the town centre, Mr. Lowndes, correct?
Another variety of
a different type of use within the town centre, correct?
Well, it's one of these civic uses which we've identified as being important for this central part of the town centre. It's a really lovely building, beautifully proportioned, with all the sort of characteristic elements that we think celebrate the form of the earlier phases of Basildon Town Centre, which gives its predominant character. So,
including its brick material, Mr. Lowndes.
Yes, but are we going to talk about brick now? Or are we going to talk about brick later?
No, I'm just identifying, for the purpose of this little subheading, it's sort of variety within the town centre. And I'm pointing out to you that there are a variety of buildings, not all of which pick up every single element of the new town, but which you can point to aspects.
Well, I think the presence of that church of that form and materiality in that location is entirely consistent with the positive attributes of character that Basil Newtown
yes, but in looking at what's in the town centre, it's relevant to note first of all that one has with the theatre buildings which step back. Secondly, with the Westgate Centre buildings without detailing at upper levels and with a different roof form. And thirdly, one has the church which has not just brick but a pitched roof. So even these three show there is variety within the town centre, isn't there? Isn't there, Mr. Lyons?
I agree with you. There is variety in the town centre, and that's something to celebrate, broadly speaking. The form of the church is entirely appropriate for that particular land use. I mean, it's a great building, but it's entirely consistent with the attributes of the modernist town centre. But of course, the other thing that characterises these buildings is that they are all 2 to 3 or 4 stories high. So even if you're seeking to demonstrate that some of these characteristics aren't particularly attractive, then they are within the general prevailing zone of height, which makes up the significant amount of the town centre. If these characteristics were to be applied to much taller buildings, then of course there would be a real problem.
And while we're here, the Bell Tower, I think built in 1999, which I think you accept creates a contrast in an architectural form. That's right, isn't it?
Well, here's an example of I do, and here's an example of how you can have a landmark building without it being super tall.
Thank you very much. But you accept that insofar as one is looking at how the town centre operates in character terms, there are buildings which contrast with the established form that you rely upon in East Walk in particular.
Well, I agree there is some contrast here, but it's all a question of scale. This scale is moderated and modest, but contrast, if it were to be found in much larger buildings, would be damaging as opposed to a positive contribution.
So again, you'd accept then that there is already variation, particularly at this end of the town centre, in terms of building age, style and appearance. It's fair, isn't it?
Yes, it's fair.
Thank you very much. Would you go as far as to say that the character of this end of the town centre is different from elsewhere within the town centre? It is, isn't it?
The character different. I think if I were to look at the character of the town centre as a whole, then I think it is an area that displays many characteristics which are consistent with the town centre as a whole. But the way that the built components that come together and frame the space is different. So it's a zone of variation within an overall town centre character area of that has sort of broadly consistent characteristics.
And if one looks at materials in particular, we've got brick at the Westgate Centre, the Basildon Centre we've looked at, St Martin's Church, and we can also look at photo 23 on your page 9 in Northgate, as well as the existing Marks and Spencer's building at photo 18. That's right, isn't it?
They all have brick to a lesser or greater extent, but brick was very carefully used in the earlier phases of the new town centre development, and maybe the use of brick here is less carefully used. But my view is that brick has to be chosen carefully, and the use of brick has to be chosen carefully. And I no doubt will come to Brook House shortly, but the use of brick on Brook House has been very carefully deployed in order to emphasise the horizontal nature of the spandrel panels.
I will come on to
That
Brook
is
House,
not,
but
yes, I'm sure, but my point is that none of these buildings authorise the scale of brick that is proposed in the appeal scheme over the extent of the very high buildings across every facade of that building. The use of brick in the earlier phases of the town centre was much more carefully chosen. So there is no, I don't think there's any, I don't think you can rely upon any precedent in the earlier, derived from the earlier phases of the new town development in the town centre that validates the choice of essentially fully brick elevations across every elevation of the proposed scheme.
Well, I'll come on to the scheme shortly. I just want to put the point more generally. I mean, brickwork is not uncharacteristic of the town centre, is it?
Brickwork is characteristic of the town centre insofar as it is very carefully deployed and not in massive monolithic use.
Well, brick. The buildings around St Martin's Square are predominantly brick, aren't they?
Yes, but but because of their scale, it's not massive or monolithic.
And again, as far as this notion of change is concerned, it's also relevant to pick up. We have single-story glazed pavilions in Town Square, correct?
There are 2 single-story glazed pavilions. Yes.
Yes.
I think Terry Farrell designed them.
Yes, we have the new college building in Market Square, which I think you described as a contemporary design in your townscape assessment.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, metal cladding to that building, which is a new facade material in its own right, isn't it, Mr. Lyons?
Yes, I mean, I think this is, the inspector asked me earlier about what I thought about innovation, and I think that's the kind of innovation on that scale which is appropriate. On that
Thank
scale.
you very much. If one looks at that building on page 8 of your townscape assessment, again, the fenestration there, there's not any strong sense of fenestration being used to define a sense of horizontality, is there?
Well, I disagree. I radically disagree, because looking at that picture there, photo 12, you can see the large window over 2 floors with a dark glazed spandrel between them. That is entirely resonant of the bays of fenestration that you can see on the appeal site immediately behind. Can you see that? I'd say that's an entirely respectful reference to the modernist origins of Basildon Town Centre.
And obviously, it's an angled form, that building, isn't it? It's not a straight line single line frontage building.
That is correct.
Thank you. Now, again, just to pick up on this final theme, we know that the cinema has been granted permission and partly built next to Brook House, demolishing Freedom House to make way for it. We think we've got that in photo 20 of your
27.
27, sorry. And we've got there an partly angled roof form. and projecting glazing.
There is an angled projecting partially glazed bay to the left-hand side of that elevation to East Square, and I'm sure that's channeling the triangulated projecting window arrangements at Brook House. And the slightly angled parapet on the right-hand side of that elevation, I think, is a reflection of a corner device, but that is contained within a building which is essentially 3 to 4 stories high, which is a horizontally composed building, a building with colonnades, consistent with the character of the early phases of the new town. So I think this building, and even the elevation with its pixelated tiles, reflects the building that used to be there. So I think this is a really good example of an innovative building which sits comfortably in the form of the townscape, the historic form, the historic form of the townscape, a building which is attractive and does a good job.
But within an overall town centre that is seen change, evolution, and a variety of building styles, ages, and appearances. That's right, isn't it?
That's right, but I would refer you to photographs 28, 29, below, photograph 30 to one side. These are representative examples of the early phases of the new town development, which are all entirely characteristic of the town centre, provide its sense of distinctiveness, and are characteristics which should be found in replacement buildings, such as the new cinema building at East Square.
But this is why I was tying this together. I mean, you've accepted though that there's variation in building styles, appearances, ages, and so on, but that must be allied to the recognition that I think you've accepted it in the urban characterization and design review. There's nothing to suggest that one must maintain the 3 to 4 story form to maintain local distinctiveness.
No,
those things have to be considered together, don't they, Mr. Lawrence?
Of course they do, but it's entirely possible in a building which is taller than the existing prevailing scale to acknowledge the 2 to 4 story datum of that horizontality. There is absolutely nothing to prevent an architect with wit and style from channeling the key characteristics of the townscape and deploying those in the lower parts of a taller building, without being specific about how high that is. It's entirely possible to take those key characteristics and apply them in an innovative and contemporary way to a new building.
Now, as far as height is concerned, again, hopefully we can deal with this relatively briefly. Again, there are variations in height of buildings within the town centre. That's right, isn't it?
That's right, yes.
Thank you very much. And if one looks at those, we've got the icon at 10 stories, which I'm sure that the inspector's familiar with. Trafford House at 9 plus the 3 extension, which we've looked at. Brook House 14 plus Pilates. Great Oaks House 11, and then the GS8 scheme 11. One also probably has to take into account Northgate House that we've looked at already on Town Square, the recent conversion to resi, which is 6 stories within the town centre. So except there's a variation in height, but if one looks at those buildings, the Icon residential building at 10 stories, correct?
I agree. The Icon building is a residential building at 10 stories. It's also peripheral to the town centre. It's beyond.
I'll come on to that briefly. I'm just looking at this function point. Trafford House was Ford HQ, now resi. Correct?
That is a residential building. Yeah, it's an office building that's been converted into residential, also peripheral to the town centre.
Right. Brook House residential.
Brook House is a residential building at 17 stories equivalent.
Yeah.
That is deliberate in terms of the emerging early phases of the town centre to bring
Great Oaks.
residential population into the town centre. Yes, it's a residential building, but it's the preeminent tall building of the town centre.
Great Oaks offices, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so where the town centre has gone taller, if I can put it in that crude way, Mr. Lyons, where it's gone taller, again, it's been directly related to the function of the building, isn't it?
Well, Great Oaks House is a office building, as was originally Trafford House. They're taller office buildings. Icon and Northgate House residential buildings. Brook House residential building. Brook House 17 stories equivalent, the tallest of the lot, regardless of whether they're peripheral or closer into the town centre. It is the tallest building. And so I think typologically, you don't have to have super tall buildings as a result of the bringing forward of residential buildings.
It's not my question. I'm talking about the fact that where tall buildings have been put into the town centre, their form has deliberately reflected the function which they're intended to serve. And that's right, isn't it, Mr. Lyons?
Can you? No. There are office buildings and residential buildings which are taller than the prevailing 2 to 4 story benchmark of the townscape, and those buildings are either commercial or residential, and some of the commercial buildings have been turned to residential. I don't quite understand what you're getting at.
Well, it's part of the character. The way one reads the existing character of the town centre is it's important to recognise that the part of that character is recognising how a differentiation of functions has created a differentiation in form. Right, isn't it?
A differentiation of function has created differentiation of form. I'm not sure I do accept that, actually. I think you don't need to have a different function in order to provide a form which is appropriate and consistent in order to...
That's not my question, though. And when one's looking at how you read the character of this town centre, part of its character is being able to recognise how this differentiation in functions has created a differentiation in form.
I agree insofar as Brook House is concerned, because that was deliberately designed to be a residential building, bringing residential use into an otherwise entirely commercial town centre.
Well, that would probably suffice. Now, this peripheral issue, I think we can always agree Brook House isn't peripheral.
Brook House is central to everything.
Yes, I detected that. Now, Great Oaks, not peripheral either.
It's not peripheral, but it's not central in terms of its townscape, the way it's deployed in townscape terms.
And again, if one goes back to the characterization study at CDB6, very briefly, and if we go to page 85 internally, 89, PDF, and 3.144, Basildon has several tall structures in comparison to other new towns. Have that. Again, the way that the characterization study describes it, nothing to suggest any differentiation there between central and peripheral as far as the characterization is concerned, is there?
Well, let's just read the final sentence. It was Brook House. The town centre is marked by Brook House, a 14-storey residential tower block visible over much of the town and surrounding countryside. It was intentionally constructed to be a new physical landmark to define Basildon's urban status, an expression of its scale and importance, and to act as the visual focus to identify the town centre's location within a largely low-rise settlement set in a flat landscape. And I think that largely low-rise settlement characterisation includes not just the residential districts beyond the ring road, but also the components of the town centre which are lower than Brook House. So I think implicit in that paragraph is a recognition of the fundamental low-rise form of the town.
But I don't want to parse this too closely, Mr. Lyons. If you read the final sentence, the visual focus of the town centre's location within a largely low-rise settlement set in a flat landscape, so it's differentiating the town centre as a whole there from the low-rise settlement.
Yes, but it wouldn't have that role as providing visual focus if it was if there was a congestion of other tall buildings. It needs to be a single building in order to have that visual focus and identity.
I'll come back to this, but you've raised an extra point. I'm going to come back to singularity of Brook House in a moment, but you diverted me from the first sentence of the paragraph.
Always a danger. I apologise.
But there's nothing in that sentence to say that, insofar as the concept of using Brook House and visual focus to identify the town centre's location within a largely low-rise settlement, there's nothing implicit in that which suggests if you're trying to signal the presence of Basildon town centre within a largely low-rise settlement set in a flat landscape, that should be restricted to Brook House as a single element. Is there nothing in that to imply that? Is there?
Nothing in that sentence that's implicit to about the singular role of Basildon, but you then have to read all the other commentary, including the list description, including what other commentators have said about that singularity, that importance of the land, and how it should remain uncrowded in order to undertake perform the role it was designed to do.
I will come back to the next topic. I just want to take you back to the sentence that I originally took you to, the first sentence of that paragraph, where it said Basildon has several tall structures and buildings in comparison to other new towns. The simple point I was putting to you is that insofar as reference is made to several tall structures and buildings, no differentiation made between central and peripheral locations there, is there?
No.
No, thank you. And it's 3131, which we've looked at already on page 79, PDF 83, where it says tall buildings are set adjacent to low to medium rise buildings. Again, as far as the characterization of the town centre is concerned, no distinction drawn between central and peripheral there, is there?
Well, I think there is, because what it's implying there is that the tall buildings are set adjacent to low and medium rise buildings, whereas those peripheral buildings don't have that immediacy of adjacency.
It's not suggesting fundamentally one draws this conceptual distinction between central and peripheral. Nothing explicit to suggest that in the document, is there?
Nothing explicit, but I think it's implicit in the way it's written.
Well, disagree on that, I think.
Well, we just have to go. We've done this already. We just have to go on and talk about, how that tradition has led to some kind of iconic characterization for Basildon, and I think that is talking about the core town centre. It has to be. There's nothing I have to say. I wanted to say this already. There's nothing iconic about the Icon building.
I'm not going to get drawn on that one, Mr. Lyons. I'm not too concerned about the Icon at the moment. But at least it indicates a further extent of variety within the town centre. I presume you accept, Mr. Lyons?
Yes.
All right. Just finally on this point, can we take up, please, the committee report for the GS8 building. I don't need to go to the visuals on that just yet.
Yeah.
But given that you dealt with this in evidence in chief, and turn to paragraph 5.37, ID, I can't remember if it's ID 1 or 2, ID 1, committee report.
Five 5.37.
Yes.
I've got it.
Now, with me a second. Yes. There's accepting in principle at 537. The positions capable of accommodating building the height and scale proposed, having regard to the wider townscape where similar scale buildings exist. And then if one looks at the previous paragraph to see the further judgment that's been reached about this building, it said reduce the scale, and towards the end of that paragraph proves that is not now considered to appear overly dominant, particularly having regard to other comparable height structures along Great Oaks, having regard to the edge of central location, where building heights can be expected to transition down from the tallest 17-story scale brick house building in the centre out towards the periphery with neighbouring housing sites.
Mm-hmm.
I think they put the point to this way, Mr. Lowndes, that what the committee reports as approved by the latest members is anticipating there is that where you are moving out from the town centre, it's anticipating a decrease in scale downwards from the town centre, isn't it?
I mean, I think it's saying that buildings on the periphery should be lower than Brook House. That's all it's saying.
Well, and we know that Brick House is in the centre of the town, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So again, that illustrates what's a broader principle of urban design, doesn't it, Mr. Lowndes? That where you have a town centre, one would expect taller buildings to signify the centre of the building as opposed to the more peripheral areas.
Well, I think what that means is that there's a single 17-story building which sits in the centre of the town centre, which buildings on the periphery should be secondary to. It's as simple as that. It's not a validation of a general increase in height with many more tall buildings in the town centre. It doesn't say that at all.
But it does illustrate the principle, doesn't it, Mr. Lowndes, that as far as the committee report and at least members were concerned, that what they were looking for is a transition down from the town centre to more peripheral development.
No, what it's specifically saying is that the building on the edge, the peripheral location, should be lower than the 17-story Brook House.
Right. Okay. Okay. Now let's turn to Brick House, please. I think we can agree that wasn't part of the original master plan, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Residential developments, as we've seen, to provide accommodation for executives, as we've seen from the master plan, correct?
That's what is said. I'm not sure how much truth there is in that, but
yeah, if we take out Ms. Markham's appendices again, please, and turn to paragraph 2.59. One sees there, this is page 11 internally, page 16 of 142 within the appendices themselves. Residential block can be placed in this located position to bring some life and activity into the central square at night. The square would otherwise be dead when the shops shut. So again, the form of this new intervention was strongly influenced by the nature of its function, correct?
It was, but I do think you need to read the first sentence, which says visually the most important, architecturally the best building in the town centre. And I think that's the importance and that architectural quality are in danger as a result of what's being proposed.
If one looks at 260, the next paragraph, again, this is what the chief architect and planner for the Development Corporation said. Provide convenient living accommodation for those who must or prefer to live in the town centre, and at the same time provide a focal point in the design. You see that?
I do.
Yeah, and 261, tall blocks serves two purposes: introduce residential accommodation at a time, providing a strong vertical feature needed to contrast with the existing shopping environment. You see that?
Yeah.
And at 261, a focus not only in the centre, but also from a distance. One is approaching Basildon, stands up refreshing the sea of seemingly endless housing routes. So drawing those together, I mean, there's nothing in those expressions of design intent by the Development Corporation writing in 1962 to indicate that it was necessarily the sole focus
I don't
of development in the town centre.
You simply can't draw that conclusion from those words. It talks about a strong vertical feature, i.e. the strong vertical feature, one strong vertical feature. I don't think this validates a free-for-all of tall buildings in the town centre at all.
Well, let's just deal this and see if you put it around the other way. There's nothing in that which necessarily says that it was to be treated as the sole singular building throughout the emergence of the town centre and moving into the future. There's nothing there to indicate that it was ever designed to be singular.
There's nothing there to indicate they were thinking about more than one building.
Just answer my question. There's nothing there to indicate that Brooke House was being treated at the time as the singular tall building that would ever be introduced into Basildon Town Centre, or should ever be introduced into Basildon Town Centre.
Okay, I agree that there isn't anything explicit which says that other tall buildings, the potential for other tall buildings would be ruled out. But I think you're relying too heavily on the way that the words are framed. This clearly has Brooke House in mind, and it only has Brooke House in mind. And of course, that singular status is needs to be understood in the context of the commentary that we put in on Monday. There is no validation for that you can rely upon from these words to justify additional tall buildings in the town centre.
Well, no, we're responding to the way that the council appears to be putting this case, which is relying upon a claimed singularity of Brooke House in the townscape.
Yes.
The point I'm putting to you is that when one looks at the evidence at the time of what we know about the design intent of Brooke House, there's nothing in the documentation that's before the inquiry to confirm that the design intent of Brooke House was as a singular tall building, only a singular tall building in the future of Basildon Town Centre. That's right, isn't it?
There is nothing which says it would be the only tall building, but in the same way, there is nothing which says there should be more than one tall building.
Again, I don't want to go back to the urban characterization review, CDB 6, we've looked at already. But again, there's nothing in there to suggest that Brooke House should be treated as the only singular tall building in Basildon Town Centre. Is there?
Well, perhaps we should, and maybe we should be forensic about it. But I think the urban characterization study identifies tall buildings, which I have sought to identify, which describe the existing arrangement. That characterization study doesn't envisage further tall buildings. It might envisage additional height, but certainly nothing that challenges the preeminence of Brooke House as the appeal scheme does.
Just answer my question. We can go back to the document if you'd like to, but we've been to paragraphs 3131 as the main one already. But again, can you just answer my question? There's nothing in that characterization review to suggest that Brooke House should be treated as the permanent singular tall building in Basildon Town Centre.
There is nothing that suggests it should be treated as the permanent singular tall building, but there is everything to suggest that any other taller buildings would have to be secondary to Brooke House in its singular role as marking the town centre.
Now, again, sticking with this issue, there's no policy or guidance advanced by the council to protect the claimed singularity of Brooke House, whether in the terms of protected views or some other form of view management, is there?
No.
Okay. And again, perhaps we need to go through some views here, but in the interest of time, perhaps you could agree this, that in views from Basildon, you already see Brooke House in the context of other tall buildings, right, isn't it?
Well, perhaps we should go to the views.
Okay, if let's go to our TVIA briefly, please, which is CDC 13. And it is viewpoint 13, which I think in the long PDF is at page 345. I suspect we'll be waiting 10 minutes or so for that to download, unfortunately.
Sorry. Forgive me. Right, that's in the in core docs, application docs, CDC
13. This is our time.
Yeah, that's the volume 1 of the environmental statement.
It's the figures at the back of that. Yes.
Okay. It's just downloading. I'm sorry.
Can you just give me the page again, please?
I think it's PDF 345. Sir.
Thank you.
Sorry. Good.
Okay, so are you there?
I've still got the circle of doom, I'm afraid. It's I think it's getting there. Yep.
Okay. Again, just want to have a look at some of the viewpoints just to see. So viewpoint 13, first of all. You have the, and I'm looking at the existing position in all cases. Mr. Lyons, we're still in the character for now.
So viewpoint 13.
Yeah, so again, in that viewpoint, clearly you'd accept that Brooke House would be seen in the context of other tall buildings, correct?
Brooke House is seen in the context of Great Oaks House and of the fire station tower.
Okay, so I think that's a yes. And if one goes to viewpoint 12 on 342, I think it is. I'm working off the paper version, but I've written the PDF down. So 342, viewpoint 12. again, we have the North Point building in the existing viewpoint 12 view there, as well as Great Oaks House. So again, one would see other tall buildings in the context, Brook House in the context of other tall buildings in that view as well, wouldn't you?
Yeah, we see it in the context of two taller buildings, but of course Brook House is very definitely the tallest of that arrangement.
Yes, and then just to draw together another one, it goes on to viewpoint 8, 332, PDF page 332. Again, the existing, we have Brook House and then Great Oaks House in the existing view. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, it's actually, and that certainly in that picture, it's quite difficult to distinguish Brook House from Great Oaks House in that view. But plainly, you would. Well, it is quite difficult to distinguish them, isn't it?
No, not really.
Right. Okay. Well, anyway. You think you can...
So yes, I mean, I think absolutely, but we are talking about viewpoints here which are peripheral to the town centre. Those viewpoints taken from within the town centre, where the preeminence of Brook House is most important.
Right. Well, that's interesting. So perhaps we can, again, we're diverting slightly, but can I take it from that then that you aren't raising any point as far as these proposals are concerned about more distant views into Basildon, as far as the appeal scheme is concerned?
That's right. I'm
okay.
very much more concerned about the immediacy of views.
Right.
So, should I just finish? From
please.
Thank you. From within the town centre. So those views which are, if you like, serial views along the east-west route, East Walk, East Square, Town Square, Market Square. Right. And so those are the ones which Brook House, I believe, has a kind of a singularity of preeminence.
Right. Okay. So, all right. Well, that's very helpful. Of course, the corollary of that is that insofar as one of the functions of Brook House was to mark out Basildon Town Centre from further afield, and distinguish it from the lower lying houses, you don't take any issue now with the effect of that, the effect of the scheme in those terms.
It's not part of my evidence.
No. Okay,
what is my evidence is, I mean, I would viewpoint 15, for example, which is.
Well, I don't want. We'll come back to, by all means. We'll come back to the proposal in a moment, but.
Well, I just to emphasise my point. Viewpoint 15 shows a westward view down East Walk, where Brook House has that singularity of importance in terms of the prevailing character of the townscape.
Right, I'll come back to that. That's helpful. Thank you very much. But again, when one is judging this question of singularity, it's relevant to note, isn't it, that in other views around the town centre, Brook House is seen with other tall buildings in the view. That's right, isn't it?
It's seen with other taller buildings, but nothing that challenges the actual absolute height of Brook House.
And
there
is. Does I understand?
Your question is yes. My qualification is that none of those taller buildings are as high or higher than Brook House. In fact, are somewhat are shorter by some considerable margin.
Just to be clear there, I mean, if one then applies this, again, we're moving on to the proposals in a moment and questions of approach, which I apologise, but given that answer, when one, just understand your case, when one is looking, for example, at East Walk, and this question of singularity, as I understand it, then you're saying it's not a question of it being the only taller building in the view, the question of whether or not it dominates Brook House. That's right, isn't it?
The value that I ascribe to Brook House is as a landmark tower that is the preeminent tall vertical structure in the town centre, yes.
Yeah, so I just want to understand that it's not a question even in the town centre views that you're concerned about it simply being the only tall building, full stop. It's really a question of whether or not any introduction of height by another building has a dominating effect on Brook House itself.
That's not the only question, but it's an important question.
Right, okay, so this question of singularity, as I understand your view on the proposals, which I'll come back to, it's not a question of maintaining Brook House as the sole tall building, but it gets back to what the inspector said before. It's whether you've got the right building in terms of height, which doesn't dominate Brook House, as opposed to there being no extra height at all.
At no point have I said that there should be no extra height.
I'm asking you about another building. I mean, if this question is singularity, Mr. Lowndes, I'm just trying to be absolutely clear on it. It's not your case that once you only have Brook House as a tall building in views from the town centre, it becomes more a judgment about whether any other tall building dominates Brook House unacceptably. That's right, isn't it?
The height and scale of any new buildings has to be assessed in that context. Yes.
Yeah. So it's not a question of Brook House being preserved necessarily as the sole tall building which you would see in the centre. It's a question of judgment, as a matter of fact and degree, about whether or not any new building would dominate Brook House.
Brook House and the character of the town centre.
Yes. Okay. Right. Fair enough. Okay. Well, let's just in that context then. I think I cut short what I need to ask you about other buildings, but just to be clear, St Martin's Square, which is the main square addressed by our scheme, correct?
It's a square addressed by your scheme, yes.
And if one looks at where it's an important square identified addressed by our scheme, we can agree that, can't we?
Well, I think they're all important squares.
Yes, okay.
Town Square, Market Square, and
Okay.
Martin Square.
And then the viewpoint, if one goes to viewpoint 22, which is PDF page 370. So we can agree this. You'll be familiar with St Martin's Square. Can we agree that you don't actually see Brook House from St Martin's Square, do you?
Not from that viewpoint.
No. Again, just so we can understand the purpose of site visit. Certainly from that part generally of St Martin's Square, you're not going to see Brook House, are you, in the existing position?
I think if you were to swivel left in that viewpoint, you might see the tower, the upper part of the tower.
I think we can check that on site. Okay.
Yeah, I think you probably would see Brook House from that viewpoint, and you would certainly see it if you were further south in St Martin's Square, looking down the east-west route.
Okay, but you certainly would. You'd only be seeing the top few stories, wouldn't you?
Yes, but you would, if that's what you actually see, it may be a little bit more. But of course, in that view, it would be the only very tall building at the moment. As proposed, it would lose that kind of value, because it would be the medium ground would be dominated by the height of the proposal.
Again, just to try and give a flavour for what one sees on site, if you take up Mr. Harris's Appendix 1. Mr. Harris, our planning witness, his Appendix 1.
Yeah, got it.
The heritage statement, and one goes to within that internal page 14.
Yep.
and figure 8.
Yep. Yep. So you
Select
can
the photo which looks, yes, as one walks from St Martin's Square towards the corner of the appeal site and figure 8. Again, Brook House is largely concealed from you in that location, isn't it?
Well, I think it's not. I don't agree that it's largely concealed. I think what is seen from that location, figure 8, is the leading edge and height of Brook House, which is exactly its role. You know, it draws you through.
Okay, draws you
The
through.
fact that you can see it is important, not that it's partly concealed. It's that it can be seen.
Okay, right. Let's just see if I need to ask you anything more about the existing car. Just bear with me for a moment. Yes, let's move on.
I was going to
Please.
say, if we're moving on to a new topic area, it's perhaps appropriate to take the mid-afternoon break.
That's what I was looking at, sir. That would be a convenient moment.
Thank you. It's 25 past 3. We'll come back at 10 to 4, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Welcome back. Mr. Linus, would you like to continue, please?
Thank you very much. Right, Mr. Lyons, can we just turn to Dave briefly, please, with questions of overall approach next? So we're moving away from the existing position to questions of approach. And the inspector took you to paragraph 130 of the framework, which is EDF 39, I think, in CDA 2. Paragraph 130, first of all, please.
Have it.
And criterion C, which you spoke to, sympathetic local character and history, including the surrounding built environment, whilst not preventing or discouraging appropriate innovation or change. So we can agree, can't we, that sympathetic local character and history does not mean blindly repeating it. That's right, isn't it?
I agree.
And when one reads C as a whole, it says not preventing, discouraging appropriate innovation or change. So again, appropriate change does not mean maintain.
Providing it properly respects the existing context, local character, history, then it does not need to maintain.
Thank you. And there's nothing in that part of the policy to suggest that any new development needs to address every single design cue that could be drawn from the architecture of the existing context. That's right, isn't it?
It doesn't say that every element of character has to be addressed, but I think it does imply that most elements of character have to be addressed.
It doesn't say that, does it?
It says including surrounding built environment and landscape setting. So in order to properly understand what surrounding built environment means, you need to understand what the characteristics are of that built environment. So I think you need to address those characteristics that are most important.
It's not prescriptive about the extent to which you must address design cues drawn from the architecture of the existing context. It's a matter
it isn't.
An overall matter of judgment.
It isn't, but the National Design Guide is more explicit about what needs to be taken into account when addressing character and context.
I'll come on to that, because I mean there may be very good design related reasons not to take a particular design cue from the existing context.
There may be, that's very abstract, but there may be design reasons why not to take.
Well, if one takes an example, it may be in the retail world that there's a very good reason not to provide retail units of the same size as they were in the 1950s, because retail has moved on. It's a question of judgment in the circumstances of each individual case, right, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm sure that using that example, it's not necessarily a question of depth or size of retail unit, more its relationship to the public realm, the length and continuity of the shop frontage, for instance, which is important.
Yes, it's an illustration. You don't draw every single design cue because there may be perfectly valid design reasons not to.
That has to be right, but
Yeah,
it has to make sure that one puts the emphasis on the really important design cues.
Okay. And if we look at the National Design Guide, please, CDA 9 next.
Yeah, I've got that.
Thank you. And if we go to page 11 of that paragraph 43.
Yep.
Well-designed new developments integrated into its wider surroundings, physically, socially, and visually, carefully sited and designed. I think you mentioned integrated a few times in your evidence. As far as scale is concerned, integrated doesn't necessarily mean lower than in all cases, does it?
No, it doesn't. I mean, that's That paragraph 42 is which talks about the importance of coherent. I think basically it talks about the importance of coherent integration, physical, social, visual, and then it provides a few clues about the sorts of things that you need to take into account to ensure that coherence, and they include patterns of built form, precedence of routes, spaces, built form, to inform layout, form, and scale. So yeah, I agree. But the important sentence there is to inform layout, form, and scale. So that would mean that you could actually change the scale, but
Yes.
that change scale has to be informed by the existing. Unfortunately, the appeal scheme is not properly informed by consideration of scale and form.
Contact again, the use of the word inform again, the sense is of an influence but not a prescription. That's fair, isn't it?
It's not a prescription, but it is a very important influence.
And then if one looks down to paragraph 44 over the page, please. I don't think you referred to this in your evidence anyway. It says, well-designed places don't need to copy their surroundings in every way. It's appropriate to introduce elements that reflect how we live today, to include innovation or change, such as increased densities, and to incorporate new sustainable features or systems. So again, similar point, Mr. Lowndes, the reference there to introducing elements of change that increase densities or incorporate new sustainable features or systems. Again, not all characteristics of context need to be maintained, do they? Quite clear on the design guide.
What that actually says is they do not need to copy their surroundings, but they do need to be influenced by them. And so I think that it's a rehearsal of my previous answer, which is making sure that one chooses the right influences to take into account.
Very much. Again, sticking with the same point, I think our positions are probably the same. If one goes on to page 15, paragraph 54. The point in a different way, actually, page 15, 54, all design approaches and architectural styles are visually attractive and designed well. So what it's saying, that provided you acknowledge the influence of an area, that does suggest that you can have a wide range of design responses to any particular context, provided that they've been informed, not in a prescriptive sense, but informed by the existing character. You can have a wide range of responses, can't you?
So are you talking about paragraph 53?
54, sorry.
54.
Yes. Well-designed places and buildings are visually attractive. All design approaches and architectural styles are visually attractive when designed well. So suggesting there that, again, there's not going to be a single prescriptive design response to being informed by context, is there?
No, but I agree. But you know, the emphasis there is well-designed places are visually attractive and aim to delight their occupants and passers-by. So that actually puts a focus and emphasis on the designer to make sure that those things which will cause delight, those things which are drawn from the prevailing character to allow that delight to happen, are actually chosen. And you know, as we heard from the councillor yesterday, there isn't much delight perception of the appeal scheme.
I'll come on to appeal scheme momentarily. Just pick up another couple of references made, page 20 and paragraph 70 of the National Design Guide. It says, well-designed tall buildings play a positive urban design role in the built form. They act as landmarks, emphasising important places and making a positive contribution to views on the skyline. It goes on at 71 to say that they require special consideration, but you accept the general proposition that's being made here that tall buildings, well-designed tall buildings play a positive urban design role by acting as landmarks and emphasising important places.
I accept that well-designed tall buildings can play an important role in appropriate circumstances, the right building in the right place. This isn't a absolute blanket support for tall buildings anywhere of any height. So they have to be well designed. They have to sit comfortably in their context.
Thank you. Right. And then finally, if one goes back to paragraph 16 on page 4, I think. Yeah, paragraph 16. It's well-designed places and buildings come about and there's a clearly expressed story for the design concept and how it's evolved into a design appraisal. This explains how concept influences the layout, form, appearance, and detail of those developments. May also introduce new approaches to contrast with or complement its context. This story will inform and address all 10 characteristics. So 2 points there, really. National Design is anticipating the potential that it may be appropriate to have elements of contrast or complementing context, which don't necessarily involve taking design cues directly. That's fair, isn't it?
I do think that's fair, but I mean, I think the point about the story is actually very, very important. And in my opinion, the design story hasn't been told very well in for the appeal scheme. And there are big leaps of faith which are not properly explained. So if I were to go to the design and access statements, and I'm looking for, the timeline for the scheme, which is section 4, page 74 in the paper copy. So whether or not the height proposed is an innovation, on the left-hand side, at the bottom of page 74, we see the first iteration of the appeal scheme. That goes straight to a 3-finger disposition of height, the principles of which are then carried through in each of the 2 subsequent iterations. And I just don't think the story has been told about why it's gone straight to height. There's no optioneering, no consideration of something which might have perhaps a podium arrangement, which is more consistent with the scale of the prevailing townscape, above which some taller elements might maybe be deployed. This scheme goes straight to height from the outset.
I'm going to come. I'm just asking about general questions for approach, but I'm going to come back to.
Yeah, I'm sort of illustrating my reply with by reference to.
Again, broad questions of approach. I'm not going to return to the 2012 master plan because I've asked you about that already. But again, it's you'd accept in general terms, Mr. Lowndes, that there's nothing in the master plan to say that a characteristic of the built environment in the centre at 3 to 4 stories can be or should be maintained throughout the town centre.
Sorry, we're talking about the 2012 master plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing is prescriptive about what form the redevelopment might take, other than the need to maintain that sense of difference between the lower components of townscape and the singular tall component of townscape.
Nothing, just answer my question, nothing to say that one must maintain a general datum at 3 to 4 stories within the town centre outside Brook House.
There's nothing that's explicit about needing to maintain a prevailing height of 2 to 4 stories beyond Brook House, but there is, I think, an explicit expectation that the height of any replacement buildings should be consistent with that overall arrangement, which is lower horizontally arranged buildings and a single tall building.
Perhaps I just need to ask you about that, because I mean, there is, as a general proposition, Mr. Lyons, hoping we didn't need to go back to the master plan, but even in the context of the master plan at the time, it was recognised that an average of 4 to 7 stories could come forward within the town centre, even in the housing need context at the time. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, I think it specifically says 4 to 7 in the range, an average of 4 to 7 stories. But of course, that is precisely what I'm saying. An average of 4 to 7 stories will be lower than the singular dominant vertical component, which is Brook House.
Okay, right. Now, so I'm not going to return to other questions I'd asked about the 2012 master plan. I think my point was more about the reliance that's been placed apparently in the evidence, not just your written evidence, but also the evidence of Mr. Deal, with which are consistent, about the prevailing horizontality at 3 to 4 stories within the town centre. The general proposition is, Mr. Lyons, even the master plan itself was recognising that it was not realistic to assume that you could maintain the sense of horizontality at 3 to 4 stories prevailing as a characteristic in the town centre. That's right, isn't it?
Well, that's yes is the answer. My qualification is that you've got to understand how those 2 to 4 stories are disposed and arranged and elevated in order to be able to channel those characteristics into a new design which sits comfortably in its townscape. So it could be that there is a 4 or 5 or even 6-story podium with some taller elements above, but you've got to understand what those characteristics are before you can undertake the design process which takes them into account.
Yes, and so similarly to that, again, trying to compress a number of different documents into one. There's nothing in the emerging plan to bring it up to date as currently promoted by the council, which is prescriptive about height in the town centre either, is there?
That's right, but I'm sure in the subsequent evolution of the guidance and policy, we will see more prescription. Prescription will be, to be fair, that prescription will be about the importance of recognising horizontality. It probably won't be about having to have a 4-story datum, but it will have the importance of recognising horizontality in the form of a replacement building.
We don't know that, do we? How can you predict what a regeneration strategy which hasn't seen the light of day yet is going to say, Mr. Lyons?
I beg your pardon. Because that regeneration strategy will be brought forward in the context of this public inquiry. The council's assessment of townscape, which I have undertaken, identifies these issues as being important. And I'm absolutely certain that that assessment will be considered and woven into the council's emerging policy and urban design strategy for the town centre.
No one knows what the outcome of that was going to be, because this council deliberately said that it's going to come forward at a later at later stage. That this is speculation, Mr. Lowndes, isn't it?
I don't think it is speculation. Well, yes, it's speculation, but I think it's informed speculation in the sense that this evidence has been commissioned from me in support of the council's position, and it forms quite an important sort of baseline document for them, I would say. In the
At
way
the moment,
in the way they.
I'm not going to go back to the web page, which we discussed before. But even if one takes the sort of current political administration, there's nothing formal or otherwise from this political administration to say that one must maintain the prevailing 3 to 4 story characteristics within the town centre as a matter of approach, is there?
But I'm not saying that.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Well, the answer is no, isn't it?
No, I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that that prevailing characteristic needs to be understood in order to help inform the replacement building or buildings.
Right. Thank you very much. Right. Just bear with me. I'm trying to see if we can save time. Now, if we take out the DAS, then please, CDC 11. I just want to run through a few pages, but please, if we've got, first of all, page 21, please. I'll try and get through this as briefly as we can. First step, the DAS recognises the site is one of the original master plan blocks from the 1950s on page 21. Trying to do that, isn't it?
It does.
And then at page 23, it acknowledges building heights within the town centre and sets out those at a variety of 1 to 2 up to 5 stories. It was right to do that as well, wasn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. Page 26, site analysis, key spaces. It recognises there's important connections to a series of spaces, including St Martin's Square to the north, Town Square to the northwest, Town Square to the north, and Market Square to the south, as well as a key retail spine. Correct to do that, wasn't it?
It was.
Thank you very much. Then page 40. There is reference to the new town origins and the heritage of Basildon, and an indication goes back before the new town, but it recognises the identification of the new town in the original master plan at page 41. It's right to do that, wasn't it?
It does, yes.
Thank you very much. And page 46, again, just to build up the picture, recognises as part of the urban analysis, the perimeter of the town centre, as well as over the page, on page 46, the clear retail spine in the bottom diagram. It was correct to analyse the urban analysis that way, wasn't it? With an active central core. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you very much. On page 50, there's a photo study. At page 50, it recognises the clear link between the station and the site. It was correct to do that as well, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
And if we go on to page 112, please, because as a general proposition, Mr. Lowndes, it's important to look at the DAS as a whole, not simply assume that any consideration of context is contained in section 2 on the site and context. That's right, isn't it?
Sorry, say that again, please.
It's important to look at the DAS as a whole
Yes,
rather than simply assume any consideration of context within section 2. If it
absolutely.
goes on to page 112, for example,
Yeah,
you can ask Mr. Hartley look at this as well. Then height and density. It's clear that when one looks at page 113, there is an identification of hierarchy of spaces and focal spaces, but as well as the theatre, the centre, the church, and the Empire Cinema as part of those spaces, as informing one part of the consideration of height and density. It was correct to do that, wasn't it?
it was correct to do that. Can you just give me an indication when you're going to come to the end of this sequence of questions so I know when to?
Yes, I will. I will.
Thank you.
And on the same page, there's a reference to Brook House, the tallest building in Basildon, sitting at the east end of Town Square, providing a marker onto the onto this key space and emerging as a cultural hub. So again, the relationship between Brook House as a marker onto that space and its height was clearly recognised in the design access statement, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yes. And if one looks over at 115 and 116, clearly Brook House recognised as the tallest building in Basildon, acting as a strong identity marker for the town, as the town's only listed building. Quite right to recognise Brook House in that way. And there was clearly there a recognition in general terms for the need to respect its townscape rule that needed to be fed into the analysis, as at page 115. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And at page 116, height and density, if one looks at 5.2, it says there was much of the existing urban fabric is of relatively low scale. There are two notable clusters of height. So again, the DAS did recognise as part of its look at context that a lot of the existing urban fabric was relatively low scale, didn't it?
It did, yes.
And it also properly recognised the existing height in the centre, didn't it?
Yes.
Thank you very much. On page 117, it identified that tall buildings around Smart could provide the opportunity to enhance the arrival and shape of the identity when approaching from the west. So it's clear there that what had been done, whether or not you agreed with it, that the DAS had considered from key approaches to the site the potential for a building on the site to enhance arrival and shape Basildon's identity at that location. And it was right that did that too.
Yes, so this is where it moves from being descriptive about aspects of character to identifying opportunity. And so I would say that I agree with all the points you put to me, but that analysis is not comprehensive enough and doesn't identify the key elements of place, the rules of place, which would then inform the move to design. So we've gone straight from some description to a big idea, which is tall marker building.
It's asking about the scope for introducing a taller building at this location, having identified that there is height elsewhere in the centre, and having identified the route from the station and the main east-west retail spine. As you've indicated already, Mr. Lowndes, it's proper to consider the potential for tall buildings to act as legible markers. What the DAS is doing here is exploring the potential for that. It's an entirely valid approach to consider in the wider context I've shown you what height could be achieved on the site through approaches in this way.
Yes, but it goes straight to height. It's assuming that a landmark needs height. It goes straight to height. So all of the sort of relatively thin analysis at the front end of the DAS, and I accept it needs to be read in as a whole, doesn't identify key aspects of character which should be drawn into the next step, which is what form a replacement building should take. And there's a sudden leap to height, and that height is not qualified by anything that's been learned by the preceding analysis.
Again, this gets back to my point about the way you've read the DAS. If one goes on for example at page 126, there's a reference to street scale, which is designing the scheme. The team has assessed prevailing building heights, character, surrounding uses, impact on development sites, wind and micro climates. And then if one goes on to page 220 as well. There's a reference there to external appearance, and it said there obviously a recognition of in the image of Brook House, as I've identified earlier, the buildings and the retail spine that have been identified earlier, and the approach taken to new town design at page 221 is identified as part of 9.1. So yeah, it's clear there that the DAS may not have been presented in a particular way that you like to be, Mr. Lyons, but the DAS has considered the existing height within the town centre. It was entirely justified for it to consider the extent to which you could create height within this site.
No, well, I don't agree. I mean, I think at page 220, the first paragraph under 9.1 external appearance, the proposal seeks to identify key characteristics of Basden, reinforcing physical and cultural assets while celebrating the architectural heritage of the new town movement. Where is that done? Where are those characteristics set out?
If you turn over to page 222 and page 223,
yeah,
we have there Brook House recognised.
yeah.
There's a reference to horizontality of Brook House. We know from earlier on that the retail spine and the scale of the buildings within the retail spine have been acknowledged as part of the earlier analysis.
But I accept that Brook House is analysed in that way, but it just doesn't add up. Brook House is not the only building of value in the town centre. It is a collection of buildings. And I don't think that the design access statement has properly assessed those key characteristics of the town centre. And for instance, I don't see anywhere in site and context. I mean, you drew my attention to the photo essay of the approach from the town centre, from the railway station. That photo essay really doesn't grapple with the architectural characteristics of the town centre. It's all back of house. It's all the sort of lumpy stuff. It doesn't seek to identify and draw from the sort of characteristics that we seek to identify in our townscape appraisal. And as a result, they're not properly identified. They're not anchored. They're not identified, and therefore the scheme is not anchored in that profound understanding. It goes. The design access statement has a section which is site and context at section 2, and then it picks up a little bit more analysis a bit further on in relation to design and appearance. But basically, at the beginning of the design access statement, we have a vision and summary, which is basically the scheme that's been designed. The vision is presented on a plate without clear expression of how the understanding of the townscape is applied to that scheme.
But I mean, I'm obviously going to ask Mr. Cafferty to return to this, but you know, page 116 when one's looking at height and density, there's a proper recognition of where height is within the existing town centre. At 126, then one looks at street scale, where it's quite clear that before even the design has been finalised, there's been initial work which looks at the scale of buildings within the streetscape beyond Brook House.
No, so sorry, trying to answer your question. At 116, it simply identifies that Brook House is taller. It simply identifies other buildings as being taller. It doesn't then draw out any conclusions about what height might be appropriate, what the strategy to height might be for.
Well, if you look at the massing framework on page 1189.
Sorry, Mr. Lowndes, would you like to complete your answer, please?
Thank you very much, sir. What it doesn't do is address what form any additional height might need to take in relation to the appeal site. And at the streetscape, we see at 5.4, page 126, we see a scheme that's drawn in concept terms, which says the height and bulk and massing of the scheme has been formulated following a comprehensive analysis of the constraints and opportunities of this highly accessible site. But that means nothing. There is no indication, no clue to me how those drawings, that assessment of street scale, is drawn down from a proper and profound understanding of the key characteristics of the town centre.
If one looks over the page at 118 and 119, there's a clear reference there to how the designers have looked at how the central retail core operates, transitional zone going back to the urban sprawl beyond it, and they have identified what an overall strategy might be towards achieving height on the site. So they've clearly, as I've indicated to you before, they've taken into account Brook House. They've taken into account the lower scale development elsewhere within the town centre. I've identified areas where they've looked at materials and so on as well. And what they're doing here is asking the question, what overall strategy should we take to height? You may not agree with it, but the work has been done within the DAS, Mr. Lowndes.
So, sorry, we're looking at page 119, did he say?
118 and 119. To create a sufficient hierarchy between a traditional zone, improved wayfinding and enhanced density, the scale of built form should step towards the centre of the retail core.
Why?
It's a view that they have expressed, having regard to the nature of the retail
there's no
core.
justification for that move. What this does is simply take for granted the 2020 the formulation that's set out in the 2020 master plan, and retrofitted their own analysis off the top of the 2020 master plan.
I'm not going to get involved in the chronology with you.
There is no story about how they take their understanding and then apply it to height. They just jump straight to height.
Well, we'll have to differ. I can ask Mr. Cafferty to explain this in more detail, but if one looks at page 119, for example, the overall strategy is that they're exploring the extent to which scale could be used to improve identity and wayfinding. One sees that on page 119, correct?
I see drawings on page 119, but it's a sort of self-fulfilling justification for height. It's not anchoring that height in the form of the townscape. It's applying a kind of an abstract approach to legibility to justify tall buildings, but that's the only thing it's doing. It's not actually those tall buildings aren't emerging from an understanding of the horizontal lower rise blocks that we've got.
But I've taken the other parts of the DAS where it's absolutely clear that not just Brook House, but the lower level development in East Walk was acknowledged as part of the prevailing height within the town centre. That's not going to be forgotten between the early part of the DAS and the strategy that's being set out here, Mr. Lowndes, is it?
Yes, but East Walk is an important part of the East-West route.
That's
But-
not disputed in anywhere in the DAS, is it?
And that provides clues, as
Right.
does the western part of the same route. That provides clues as well. I don't see where those clues have been either taken into account or even discounted. They're just not there.
I can ask Mr. Cafferty to explain further, but it's not your evidence, is it, Mr. Lowndes? East Walk was somehow just ignored as part of the DAS. It wasn't taken. East Walk wasn't taken into account in any way as part of the DAS.
There are some illustrations of East Walk, but what was drawn from them, again, is part of my overall criticism of the approach to design. Only those elements of Brookhouse and East Walk that suited the narrative for a tall building were applied to the tall building, emerging tall building. There isn't a profound underlying application of those forms and clues and characteristics to inform the shape of the proposed building. It went straight to height.
Very well. Okay. Now, bear with me 1 second. Thank you. Now, let's move on to pick up some other points. I'll ask Mr. Cafferty to return to this again. I think it's a fundamental difference between us. As far as the impact of the scheme is concerned, you've identified in your proof a number of the existing characteristics of the town centre, one of which is 2.38 of your proof. It's land use and activity, correct? 2.38 of your proof.
Yes, this is a way of approaching the description of the town centre. I have identified land use and activity, yes.
I think obviously you've identified uses generating activity in the evening. The scheme, as far as land use and activity, would introduce new residents and the prospect of new uses. So fundamentally, the scheme is overall positive as far as that characteristic of the town centre is concerned, correct?
Well, you need to look at my further on in my proof, paragraph 517.
A lack of rain protection. I mean, you're not suggesting as far as
517 land use and activity. The proposed uses and a distribution relationship to the public in the realm are appropriate to this character of the part of the town centre. So yes, then I talk about lack of rain protection, and that's because the design access statement hasn't identified that really important ground floor covered treatment that you find throughout the town centre, of colonnades, of projecting canopies, the sorts of things which are kind of civilizing influences of the modernist town centre. And it's a really notable characteristic, absent, completely absent. No question of why it's, no question of it being identified as an important element, or indeed any explanations to why there should be an absence of it. It's just not there.
well, let's do it this way. I mean, the scheme does propose canopies along the west elevation of the northwestern block, doesn't it?
They're at a high level though, aren't they?
Yes, but again, if the point is that we've sort of completely ignored canopies elsewhere in the town, the fact is that there are canopies proposed as part of the scheme in the northwestern elevation.
Well, that may be the case, but they're not canopies which are deployed in the way that you would expect in relation to the specific characteristics of Balston Town Centre.
Yes, but again, yes.
Those canopies are at just above ground floor level. They are part of that consistent horizontal articulation of the building forms. And there are other components which emphasize that horizontal articulation, could easily have been incorporated in an innovative design to channel what is important about the local character. But so I think having partial canopies at the second floor level is a misunderstanding of how Brasildon operates, and in fact, I expect those high level canopies are there to manage downdraft and wind.
Again, as you've accepted, Mr. Lyons, it's not imperative for a scheme to pick up every single characteristic within the town centre. So the success of this scheme doesn't depend on the provision of canopies of the building, does it?
You're absolutely right, Mr. Lyons. If it was one characteristic or even two characteristics, but it's the whole range of characteristics, then you're going to lose any sense of place, and you're going to create a placeless, a building that's defined by its placelessness. It's okay, you know, you can break it down into bits, into small chunks, but the moment there's a tipping point, the moment you ignore more than two or three, then you lose the anchor with the place.
I'm going to come back to the materials shortly. Just going through your elements of character. Urban structure and grain was one of the other elements that was identified. And again, the urban, this is your proof at 2.34, a grade broadly north, south and east, west with peripheral access roads and multi-stories on the edge of the town centre. Now the urban structure of the town centre is based broadly north to south and east west alignment with the peripheral access roads. That's the overall structure, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, and we don't interfere with that urban structure in that basic sense of alignment, do we?
No, you don't. But in fact, that's just about the only characteristic of town centre that I think you do achieve, you do lean on. And Mr. Cafferty makes a strong case about the importance of spatial arrangements, the fact that there are these large and generous spaces that would allow a series of taller buildings, but abstracting one element such as the strength of the spatial network from all the others isn't good enough. It doesn't create a building which responds to its context.
I'm not suggesting it's the sole point, which is why I'm going through the different characteristics with you. We've dealt with land use. We've dealt with the urban grain. The other one you identify in your street and movement patterns, the 2.43, and you refer there to pedestrian precinct and a well-used sort of high-quality public realm. Again, as far as the main movement patterns are concerned, east to west and north to south from the station via Fodderwick, the scheme wouldn't have any detrimental effect on these movement patterns, would it?
It wouldn't. Well, there's a question about yes, I think it probably would have a detrimental impact upon the urban structure and the grain of development. Although its footprint broadly sits on that of the existing building, the existing building has a very coherent and continuous footprint, which is basically flat to the public realm. The proposed scheme actually has components of recess, of angled pavilions, which changes the dynamic of the ground floor relationship with the public realm. So I think there is an erosion of urban grain, albeit relatively small, but there is an erosion of urban grain.
But again, if one's looking at this in terms of the overall urban structure, before getting down to these finer points, which I'll come back to under heading, the overall urban structure and grain of the centre viewed at that level is going to be affected by this scheme, because essentially the footprint is essentially the same with this scheme. That's right, isn't it?
The footprint is essentially the same, although not exactly the same.
Okay. Street and movement patterns, if you can go back to that. the scheme wouldn't have any detrimental effect on movement patterns, east, west, north to south. No detrimental effect at all, would it?
No.
No. In fact, it would have a positive role as a marker to reinforce what are relatively weak north-south movement patterns from the station. That's right, isn't it?
I don't think it's necessary. No, I don't think that's a positive aspect of the proposals. I don't think it's necessary to. It's not necessary to have a building of the scale that's proposed in order to.
That's not my question, Mr. Lowndes. I'm asking about the proposal that is there and what its effect is going to be. Just want to check. I mean, you're not saying to the inspector, are you, that this will have no role, no positive role to play whatsoever as a marker to reinforce that relatively weak north-south movement from the station?
I think any positive role that the building would have as a marker on that route is prejudiced and compromised by the sheer scale of that marking element, and it's not necessary to have that scale in order to perform that role.
But it would have a positive role as a marker.
No, I think the positive role as a marker is compromised, profoundly compromised by the sheer scale and mass of the proposal in that position. I think any sense of landmarking, to coin a word, is overwhelmed by the massiveness of the building.
Let's deal with height then, please. The way that sort of height and massing is dealt with in your evidence, you essentially set out two concerns in the townscape assessments: challenging the dominance of brick house, and then the change in height to St Martin's Square, Town Square, and so on in immediate environs. I just want to take those in turn. Context is this, that the question for the inspector is not what might be achieved by some notional alternative you appear to be contemplating, but whether this scheme is acceptable.
Yes.
Very much. And I think, as we've established already, you accept in principle that there could justifiably be an increase in height, not just elsewhere in the town centre, but at the appeal site.
There could be some increase in height, yes.
Very much. Now, as far as that introductory point is concerned, if we take Brook House next, please. This question is the dominance of Brook House. That's obviously a matter of judgment. You're not saying, as I understand it now, it's a question of any tall building disrupting singularity of Brook House. It's just a question of judgment on whether a scheme has a domineering effect. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And one thing I noticed from your townscape assessment is that you don't actually conduct any formal views assessment, do you?
No, we don't.
And it follows from that that you don't actually identify any particular views as part of any formal views assessment where a negative impact is realised through the scheme. You don't identify any formal viewpoints where that happens, do you?
No, we don't.
No dispute was ever taken with the views prepared by Mr. Jackson as agreed with the council. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
All right. As far as views from St Martin's Square are concerned, I don't see any assessment within your townscape assessment of the particular impact that would arise in any views from St Martin's Square. Do I?
No, you don't. Apart from the sort of general commentary about the effect that the height proposed would have.
Again, this will be a matter to be determined on site, I suspect, with the inspector. But again, as far as views from St Martin's Square are concerned, it's right, isn't it, that you wouldn't characterise views of Brook House from St Martin's Square as demonstrating a dominance of Brook House in those views?
It depends where in Brook House, where in St Martin's Square you are. As we've already seen, it is possible to see Brook House from St Martin's Square, but the role of Brook House as a townscape element would not be compromised. However, its singularity would be lost.
That's why I asked these questions before.
Yes.
I mean, if one's taking his broader judgment, you accept that the role of Brook House and views from St Martin's Square would not be compromised.
Yeah.
Thank you. And if one goes on this journey, as you then move from St Martin's Square, you walk past the proposal at the western end of Town Square. We've seen the viewpoint that was in the heritage assessments already. As you walk past the proposal, you'll have no or only very glimpsed views of the buildings in the same view, as it were. That's right, isn't it?
You would be, well, as you're walking towards Town Square and Brook House.
As you're at that corner, we can go back to the heritage assessment if we need to. But as at that corner, as you're moving from St Martin's Square past to the corner of our site, you'll essentially be walking past the appeal site with Brook House in the distance. That's right, isn't it?
So, forgive me, I'm not quite following your
Okay,
journey.
well, if we go to Mr. Harris's appendices, please, back to the heritage statement.
Yeah.
Figure 8.
Yes.
Okay, so it's on page 14. As we've moved away from St Martin's Square, if one's here and one is moving down Town Square past the appeal site, you're going to have Brook House in the distance in the view. That's right, isn't it?
You will see Brook House in the view on the left-hand side, and you'll see the appeal scheme on the right-hand side. But you wouldn't, and in having that kind of experience of the two, what you wouldn't have is the existing lower-rise building in your immediate site, in your foregrounds, with Brook House, the taller building beyond. You'd have a much bigger building in the foreground, which would inevitably affect your perception of Brook House and its singularity.
But if you are walking past that building and it's immediately on your right, you're looking toward Brook House. There's nothing in the view towards Brook House which is challenging Brook House in that view towards Brook House, is there?
It's challenging its dominance of its role, because you've got a much bigger building on your right hand side, much taller, and so that inevitably challenges the townscape dominance of Brook House. You can't isolate a part of a glimpsed view. You have to take into account the whole view, and in that whole view, you'll have this very much bigger form, which by its scale and its height has to challenge the dominance of Brook House.
But again, I'll let the inspector decide on site. But as you're walking past the building, you're not going to be seeing the building and Brook House in the distance in the same view, are you?
Well, you're going to see both buildings.
But you're not going to see the appeal building and Brook House in the same view towards Brook House, are you?
Well, no, because the appeal building is where it is. You will see both objects in the same view. You'll have that. You'll have a kind of a panoramic view as you walk down, with this much taller building here and Brook House here. Brook House, as you approach it, reveals itself, as we can see from the photographs on the previous page, figure 6 and 7. So this is the sort of the sequence of reveal. Brook House becomes clearer and is singular in its height. That singularity is also seen in the photographs, figure 9, figure 10. And in those views, no other tall buildings are seeking to challenge or dominate the preeminence of Brook House. In that view, figure 8, you will see a building which, on the right-hand side, where there is that re-entrant return, where the canopy does a sort of an inset and return, that will be filled with new building. So the footprint of the new building extends. And then you would not see sky above the parapet as you can in that view. And not only would you not see sky, you'd actually have the looming presence of the very much taller buildings. And that looming presence challenges your appreciation of Brook House.
Well, again, there's a matter of disagreement between us and yourself on that position, being that if one is looking at views towards Brook House, you're simply not going to be seeing this appeal proposal in views of the distance as you look towards Brook House, but we can leave it there. Mr. Lyons, the inspector, has a difference between us. If we go to the other end of East Walk then, please, and go to viewpoint 15, which is in Mr. Jackson's Townscape and Visual Assessment. It's back to CDC 13, please. And actually, possibly the easiest place to look at it is in his proof of evidence. Bear with me. Yes, if we go to page 30 of his proof of evidence, he's extracted 15 from the TVIA.
Yeah, got it.
Again, just so the inspector understands any difference between ourselves here. This is the view from the other end of East Walk. The position that we would be putting to the inspector is that the appeal scheme is not going to be dominating Brook House from this part of the town centre, is it?
I think it will have an effect on the appreciation of Brook House and its singularity as the tall building in the town centre, yeah.
My question, though, this is why I've been careful to distinguish between singularity and dominance. I asked you about dominance.
Yeah.
The appeal proposal is not going to be dominating Brook House from this location, is it?
Well, I think I think there will be an effect of over dominance. I think what we'd see is the first finger in which is the dotted line, and then beyond that, because of the bleak nature of the view, we will see the subsequent fingers all cumulatively creating a massive form, and that massive form will have a domineering effect on the role of Brook House.
We've seen in a lot of the documents, including the committee reports thus far, that great weight is placed on the relative height in views between the proposed building and Brook House. Clearly, you would accept that the perception of the height of the building is an important factor in judging whether one building dominates another. That's right, isn't it?
I think the perception of height is a consideration, yes.
From here, the viewer is simply not going to perceive the height of our building as dominating Brook House as a matter of height.
So I think the height is one thing, and inevitably a building or a group of buildings which has a building which is higher than Brookhouse in absolute terms, although in the distance or further in the distance, it's not just a question of height, and I think height is a consideration of which would dominate Brookhouse. It's the collective assembly of all of those tall elements which creates this mass of built form, which also have a dominant effect upon Brookhouse. Brookhouse being slender, carefully designed, beautifully proportioned, and the sheer scale of development, the three fingers and the three components in each of the three fingers, forming this mass in the middle distance. I think, yeah, it's going to affect your appreciation of Brookhouse.
Just to go back to my question, I asked you about dominance achieved through the height of the scheme. The height of the scheme, if one looks at that, is not going to dominate Brookhouse in this view, given the relative difference in perception of height from this location. Mr.
I think the presence of buildings of this height and composition and sort of collective weight will have a domineering effect on Brookhouse.
Well, we can let the inspector decide for himself. I mean, notionally walking up East Walk like this, I think one can see in this picture that the cinema building is part way through construction. You know, we can test this on site, but as you walk up East Walk, it's right, isn't it, that the cinema will actually block views of Brookhouse as you approach the cinema?
The taller parts of the cinema building will block views of Brookhouse.
Yeah. We can test this on site, but just want to interest in your view.
Yeah, but it's that may be the case in kind of an isolated part of the serial approach to Brookhouse, but it's only a story higher than the existing building, and so it's not going to have a overbearing dominance. It's something you can move past very quickly.
No, this is my point.
So what I'm thinking about is the model which is set out at page 124 of the SWOT DAS, which is the glimpse of the Pelotti of Brookhouse on the right and the layered mass of the appeal scheme. It's that composition which I think is alien and which is going to compromise one's appreciation of the dominance of Brookhouse in its landscape.
But while we're there, I mean, again, this is probably the difference between us, but if you are by that stage, that's you've walked from East Walk, where our position is that you're not going to have a domineering effect there because of the relative change in height. You walk past the cinema, where Brookhouse, we say, is blocked from the view, so there's not going to be a perception of the relationship between the appeal scheme and Brookhouse. But by the time we get closer to Brookhouse, as you appear to be indicating here at page 124 of the DAS, I mean, and someone standing there is going to be entirely dominated by the perception of Brookhouse standing right in front of them. That's going to be the overwhelming influence still in the perception of any viewer standing near the Pelottis of Brookhouse.
No, I don't agree. I think the backdrop of the appeal scheme would have a domineering effect.
There's no point of difference. Okay. Now, I want to understand, please. We know that, having heard what you said, the council isn't taking an objection to these proposals on heritage grounds. That's right, isn't it?
The council isn't. Yes, that's right. It's not part of our case.
Thank you. And we knew both from the evidence that we submitted and from the committee report that both us and Essex County Council thought that any harm to Brook House was at the lower end of the less than substantial scale. That's right, isn't it?
I think you mean harm to the setting of Brook House.
Yes, yes, the significance of Brook House, including the setting, yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't understand any different position to be advanced by the council as far as any harm actually to Brook House. That's right, isn't it?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, now, we've seen from the addendum that you put in that the listing of Brook House is now before the inquiry. I think it was in Ms. Markham's appendices anyway. But if we just take those out and turn to page 34.
Sorry, what am I looking at?
It's the listing for Brook House. You can find it in your addendum.
Yes, I have it.
One sees there a reference to the building itself, and towards the end of the main paragraph of the listing, it says Brook House designed to introduce high density residential accommodation, ability to provide a dominant vertical landmark to counterbalance predominant horizontal emphasis surrounding shops. Bold subtly profiled qualities together with the siting the block forward, the building line to the west and facing the sunken square. These gives a significant townscape rule to the building. Okay, so it's clear from that, isn't it, that as far as the heritage significance of the building is concerned, that the architectural interest in question was informed by its position as a vertical landmark to counterbalance the emphasis of the surrounding shops. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And the interest was also derived in part from its status as a symbol of the new town, correct? Okay, so it's clear then that as far as the heritage significance of Brook House is concerned, that townscape matters play an important role in heritage terms as well. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. And in circumstances where obviously if no point is being taken by the council to the effect that any harm to these architectural aspects of the significance justify refusal, that's the position of the council, isn't it?
The position of the council is that it's not a heritage issue, it's a townscape issue.
Yes, my point is that it hasn't raised any concerns on heritage grounds, but it follows that, though, from the listing that townscape considerations are a clear and important component of the heritage significance as well. Yes, so, yes.
Yeah.
So this is the question I wanted to ask, is though in circumstances where the council has clearly decided that there is not any real heritage harm, or that any impact is outweighed by the benefits of the scheme, and it's not objecting to them, it's important to bear in mind that inherent in that judgment is a consideration of the townscape rule of Brook House.
Yes, I think to answer your question, perhaps the townscape significance of Brook House wasn't properly understood, I think, at the time of the determination of the recommendation made by officers. It may have been better understood by councillors when they came to refuse the scheme, but I think that the townscape considerations which inform the listing of Brook House are very important in townscape terms. So that that the point about it providing a dominant vertical landmark to counterbalance the predominantly horizontal emphasis of the surrounding shops is very important. If we look at it from the other direction, the horizontal emphasis of the surrounding shops as a starting point is actually very important to consider. So that's what the council's general case is now, that it's I suppose the wider setting of the town centre, which Brookhouse is a really important vertical component, needs to be properly addressed in any new development. And I would therefore take you to that picture again at page 124 in the DAS. That's the upper image, image 1, where it's clear, you can see in the dark shaded buildings on the left, the historic form of Basden Town Centre, the lower rise horizontal emphasis of the surrounding buildings. And then there is that disruption to that by the multi-layered, multi-tiered modelling, multi-height modelling of the appeal scheme. So it's that horizontal emphasis of the surrounding buildings which is being lost in that kind of arrangement. And I think it's perfectly proper for the council to consider the wider townscape relationships which are inherent in that Brookhouse verticality and the lower rise surrounding buildings, without having to discount them simply because in the list description there is that important recognition of Brookhouse's role.
Back to this point about the fingers in a moment, and we're out of time, so I just want to ask this question. No, but my point was about the approach that's been taken by the council on heritage, because obviously the council isn't objecting formally now on heritage grounds. It hasn't raised any allegation of harm at all in relation to Brookhouse in heritage terms. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
Yes. And insofar as the consideration of the heritage significance and the impact on the heritage significance of Brookhouse is concerned, clearly the townscape considerations are, as you've agreed, important to that. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
So again, this is what I'm driving at, which is the position of the council is acknowledging the overlap here between townscape and heritage. It's decided that the public benefits of the scheme are such as to effectively mean that they're not going to object on heritage grounds, understanding that there is an overlap between heritage and townscape.
Well, I think it's really difficult to compartmentalize it in that way with respect. I think you need to look at we need to look at the townscape as a whole. And as a whole, an important element is the listed building. And an important element is the collection of unlisted buildings which frame the listed building. So simply because the council hasn't taken issue in terms of heritage harm, and simply because the list description identifies the importance of the lower rise townscape around it, doesn't mean say the council can't identify harm in the townscape as a whole arising from the appeal proposals.
I mean, I don't think we're talking about any dispute over what the council is doing about the townscape as a whole, but insofar as the position of the council is predicated on the effect that this proposal would have on Brookhouse, what I'm putting to you, Mr. Lowndes, is that where townscape and heritage have a very clear relationship as far as Brookhouse is concerned,
yes,
the council has nonetheless decided not to raise an objection on heritage grounds informed by townscape considerations relating to Brookhouse. That's right, isn't it?
Um, it's right to a certain extent.
Yes. Well, it's right completely, isn't it?
It's. I think that there is a. It's entirely proper for the council to concern itself with the townscape issues of the townscape as a whole, including that part of the townscape which includes a listed building, even though it's not worried about the harm to the listed building or the setting of the listed building.
And we're not disputing that the council could look at the townscape in broader terms, but insofar as the reason for refusal is to relate to the particular impact on Brick House, I point you once more, except that there's a fundamental relationship and overlap between townscape and heritage. But striking, isn't it, the council chose not to object even on that basis as far as the impact on Brick House is concerned?
Well, I mean, in the reason for refusal, it is concerned about the townscape impact upon Brook House. That's explicit.
Okay. Now, sir, I'm aware of the time. I have a little bit to go, but not much. But I don't think it's going to be worth continuing this evening. I think if I have a chance overnight to look, I may be able to cut down some questions based on the answers that I've received. So I wouldn't hope to be too long in the morning. Certainly under an hour, being slightly slower today because of the documentation and so on. But I think I could cut that down if I have a chance to look at it overnight.
Certainly, I think that's sensible that Mr. Lowndes has been on the stand all afternoon in any event. So it would be sensible to break for the day. Can I just raise a matter of timetabling? Tomorrow afternoon, I need to finish by 4:30. Would you wish me to start at 9:30 in the morning? What I'm conscious of is trying to complete Mr. Cafferty based on his availability and for him to finish no later than lunchtime on Friday. So it's really in terms of confidence in terms of timings. Do you have any views?
Let's see. I would be content to start at 9:30 tomorrow, sir, if there are any concern about that. Obviously, to some extent, it depends on how long Mr. Hill is going to be after myself tomorrow. But I wouldn't have any objection to starting at 9:30 if there are any concerns about keeping the timetable.
I must admit, when I timetabled this, I wasn't aware that I needed to be away by 4:30 tomorrow. Something's cropped up, which means that I do need to finish at that time. I'm happy to start at 9:30 unless there's any objection from anybody else. Will anybody else be inconvenienced? I think we have consensus that we can start at 9:30, so that if with that loss of half an hour at the end of the day, we've made it up, and then hopefully we're on target to complete Mr. Cafferty by lunchtime on Friday. Thank you. Any matters of housekeeping before I finish?
So just one very short point from me, please.
Certainly, Mr. Hill.
You recall in my short opening, I referred to the works that have been undertaken immediately to the east of Brook House, the sunken garden, and the works to the listed buildings there, and the construction of the cinema building. I had thought mistakenly that the 2018 council report in relation to those works was already a core document. I don't think it is. So I was going to ask if we could make that available as part of the core documents overnight, and at the same time alert Mr. Lowndes to the fact that I may ask him a question about it. But it's a council report that I think is available on the council's planning portal in any event. But we'll track it down and circulate it to all the parties overnight.
Yes, please. And if that can then be made a core document, that would assist.
Thank you, sir.
Anything further? If not, thank you for your attendance today, and I will resume tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you.